I need the next episode. We need more. Nyard, thanks for the sub. How did his fire ants escape?
Oh no!
Did he let them escape?
Guys, look at this! Ah! We have a very serious problem. A problem I feared might happen, despite taking all measures to ensure we wouldn't ever have to deal with a crisis like this. These red tropical fire ants of mine are a species that, as much as I love, I also fear. Because I know at the back of my mind, every night as I lay down in my bed, that the ants are relentlessly looking for ways to escape whatever enclosure it is that contains them.
At what point did you
That's
stop
just how
caring,
tropical
Emma?
fire ants are.
To be honest,
And they're a species
never
I do
have
not
cared.
recommend to any new antkeeper for this very reason. As fun and cool as they are to keep, they're also hard to contain. Now, in the past, I've come close to full-out escapes. And there are a few things to do in case an escape does happen, which I'll mention in a bit. But in this case, there's a bigger issue here. What do I do now that I know this volcanic island paludarium setup we on the channel called Volcania, which was specifically designed and built to house my red tropical fire ants, we named the Crimson Knights, is not as escape-proof as I thought. I had so many questions that were stressing me out. From where were
unless it's an animal, I generally just want people to fuck off.
the fire ants escaping? Did they move out the queen already? Which would be really bad. Did they find a new nesting site somewhere in my home? Do I finally need to do the unthinkable and consult a pest control company? I'll be answering all these questions. But do stay tuned until the end, because I'll really be needing your help, AC family. Bottom line, I cannot have a massive, ravenous, and stinging red tropical fire ant colony nesting in my home. So, some drastic measures are about to take place today. Okay, let's breathe. First things first, I had to address the point of escape. From where were the fire ants escaping? I followed the trail of ants along the glass platform on which a fire ant highway had now been established. Let's have a look. Aha! Here was their point of escape. They were not supposed to be able to access this area though. I mean, theoretically. How were they getting here? And then, I saw it. The ant barrier. The fire ants, by some miracle, were now able to cross the talcum barrier aimed at keeping them in. If you're new to ant keeping, this band of white stuff is talcum, and it is supposed to be slippery when the ants come in contact with it. So its aim is to keep all the ants within their setup. It has been literally smothered and painted on every peripheral surface all around the volcanic island, and has for years proven to be an effective ant barrier in the hobby. But here the ants were, crossing it. But how? My guess was the humidity from the adjacent waterfall located nearby rendered the talcum barrier ineffective, something I did not anticipate would happen. I suppose one ant managed to make the crossing to freedom and went back to inform the rest of the colony. I looked at the point where the ants were able to make the transition from land to glass, and was terrified to see the active trail connecting to the whole colony all the way back to the nest. Alright, now with escapes like this, before any knee-jerk reaction, and taking drastic measures, I now wanted to assess the severity of this fire ant escape. Starting with the most critical question, did the queen already move out? This would be bad because the queen is essentially the grower of the colony, as she lays all the eggs. And if she was somewhere already hidden and protected in my home, she would definitely go on to amass an active colony, and I'd have a very bad fire ant problem. Normally I could just turn on the AC, and the ants would die, as they don't do well in cold. But in my home, there are just so many places the ants could crawl into and escape any air conditioning. Plus, many of my other ant colonies would also die. So my answer to the queen fire ant's whereabouts? Well, you see the trails? The colony hasn't chosen to move out the brood yet. In my many years of experience, I know a pet fire ant colony had indeed decided to initiate a complete nest emigration once we see that the ants had decided to transport the brood, i.e., eggs, larvae, and pupae. And as you can see among the trails here, the fire ants have not yet decided to do this. Thank goodness. Which to me meant this escape has happened quite recently. And most importantly, the queen and all the colony's babies were still residing in their mountain. Phew! Alright, next. Did they find a new nesting site somewhere in my home? I followed the trail to see where the ants were actually going. They crawled down this pane of glass. And onto the rubber matting beneath the tank. The trail eventually led down onto the wooden tank stand. And all the way here. Aha! It's a crack in the stand. Checking the floor, the ants had not yet wandered that far down. Thank goodness. They had found some opportune crack in the tank stand, which I didn't even know was there, to be honest. I could see why they might like this spot, because it's dark, and more importantly, humid, due to the sump filter below. And the fire ants love both those conditions for their nesting locations. Now, red tropical fire ants are truly interesting, in that they aren't a nomadic species of ant, meaning their colonies aren't always on the move, like army ants or black crazy ants. But they aren't necessarily a stay-in-one-spot kind of ant species either, and have no qualms about picking up and moving out to a new location or setting up a secondary satellite nest if they ever find an ideal place to live. AC family, I think we found these escaped fire ants at just the right time, and it was now time to deal with the breach. So to address the question, was it time to call an exterminator? Most people would say yes, but most people aren't ant keepers. My answer is an unequivocal no. Having my place fumigated would kill not only all of our Crimson Knights here, whom we raised from just a single queen ant with so much love and watched grow up and eventually reach the milestone of moving into this grand kingdom home of Volcania, but it would also spell certain death to all of our resident ant colonies and critters on this channel. I would, for the record, never resort to an exterminator, nor use bug spray ever, no matter how bad my ant problem got, especially in this case, which isn't as bad as it could be, and seeing as there are other effective ways to deal with ant escapes, which I will go over and do now. So normally I would simply vacuum all these escaped ants up, but AC family, some of you may have noticed that the ledge all around, and matting, and some glass surfaces have some white substance all over it. That is not talcum. So in filming these escaped ants this week, the footage you see here isn't the first time they escaped. They had actually escaped a few days before this as well. And I did vacuum the escaped ants up and tap the ants back into their setup. But as an extra measure, I also applied this, the chalk of death. Now, I have gone over this in previous videos, teaching you guys how to eliminate ants in a quick and eco-friendly way. It is called diatomaceous chalk, and it's composed of microscopic fossilized diatoms, which are little marine creatures with spikes. Now, once an insect comes into contact with the fossilized diatoms, it creates a bunch of microscopic cuts into their exoskeleton, which dehydrates them and eventually kills them within a few seconds. It is safe for us vertebrates and is non-toxic, but the substance is lethal to insects. It also is rendered ineffective once wet or when humidity eventually gets to it. So it isn't a permanent solution and needs to be replaced often. So after vacuuming the ants, I made sure to add some diatomaceous chalk all around where the ants escaped. But as you can see, it only worked for a few days before the chalk was rendered ineffective, probably due to the humidity of the waterfall again, and they escaped again. For this second time, I didn't want to vacuum the ants up and return them, in fear they would go back to the colony and inform everyone back at the nest that they had found an escape, that it was possible to escape, and that they knew where the breach was. This time, death of the escapees was the only option. So, with a heavy heart, I took the chalk and drew it all over the newly desired nest location. I drew it all over the matting. I drew it all along the glass and on the ledge, and I made sure to lay it on thick, this time over the area the trail was crossing, to finally cut off the trail before it progressed. And a few hours later, the fire ants were nowhere to be seen. All the ants that had escaped had died and fallen away. As sad as this was, I knew this was only a tiny percentage of the actual colony that had been eliminated. Plus, in nature, there would be predators, disease, lethal parasites, and fungi that would naturally keep a fire ant colony from unbridled growth. So perhaps a controlled culling of our Crimson Knights like this was indeed needed? I mean, they're eating raw chicken feet every 2 days.
Ew.
The population will just keep growing uncontrollably. But AC family, here's the deal. I feel this chalk is all just a temporary fix. We have a much bigger problem on our hands now, and it's stressing me out at the moment. Here is where I need your help. What on earth should we do next? It was only a matter of time before the talcum and diatomaceous chalk weakened again, and the fire ants begin to attempt an escape at the same place. For now, I'll have to keep applying the chalk every day to make sure an escaping ant trail never forms. Or do you think a controlled culling like this is necessary to keep the fire ant colony population managed? Or do you think it's time to move the fire ants into a new setup? One that wasn't so open concept, perhaps? And more like an enclosed tank, like our fire ant setups in the past. But I know moving the fire ants out of Volcania will be a complete logistical nightmare. So as much as possible, I don't want to do this. Let me know what you guys think I should do, and I will begin the plans on how to deal with our fire ants escaping. The fate of the Crimson Knights are in your hands. Okay, no, this isn't the Lion King live-action remake, but these energetic ants carrying pieces of cut-up leaves in a parade-like procession are probably every ant keeper's dream. Keeping them as pets, I mean. To be honest, they're definitely one of mine. They're called leafcutter ants, and for years I have dreamed of keeping them. Here's why. It's not only their cool behavior of carrying these pieces of cut-up leaves back to their nest, but the coolest part is actually why they are. You see, the ants are doing this because fungus. Lush balls of fungus. So in case you're new to the world of ants, these leafcutter ants are ancient farmers. And for 50 million years, they have been farming massive combs of fungus within their nests. And it's the fungus, not the leaves, that the ants actually eat. You see, the ants chew up these leaf pieces brought back to the nest and use the leaf mash to fertilize gardens of this special ant fungus, a fungus species found nowhere else in nature but within the nests of these leafcutter ants. The ant fungus has a symbiotic relationship with these leafcutters, and every ant keeper in the world drools at the thought of owning one. Watching the ants farm their epic fungus combs in their nest chambers in such a unique and complex circle of life.
I'm good.
So what's the deal? Why don't I own a leafcutter ant colony yet, you ask? Well, hear me out. It's all ethics. Here on the channel, I've always been part of the school of thought that as an ant keeper, the responsible thing to do is to only keep ants caught in my backyard.
Away.
Because
Flies.
keeping ants imported from
Let
another
me
country
eat.
can have some very serious and devastating ecological effects to the circle of life in my country if the ants ever got out. And well, as awesome as these leafcutter ants are, they aren't native to where I live, sadly. Boo! They're from Central and South America. P.S. Not Africa, so yes, Lion King got it wrong. So inside, I knew the only way I'd ever be able to own my dream fungus farming leafcutter ant colony was if I moved to South America, which I wasn't going to do. But then something truly magical happened, guys. Several months ago, a huge nuptial flight of not ants, but termites was taking place one night at a cottage I was staying at, an annual event where virgin termite kings and queens take to the air to pair up and get quote-unquote married for life. Once the termites find their one true life love, they embark on a journey together to find a place underground to start growing their
Unless
massive
termites
colonies.
had
I decided to catch
wings.
several of these termite wedded pairs and place them in test tubes, which is what we ant keepers do to incubate new queen ants. And to my surprise, the termite royals in their test tubes went on to lay eggs, which hatched into some cute workers and eventually even some scary looking soldiers with big heads. Now, I initially thought, hey, feeding these termite colonies would be easy. Just give them some dead rotting wood and they'll be good, right? But guys, this is where the story gets insane. Turns out, after speaking with a termite expert and hobbyist who goes by the screen name Cicada Fun, I was surprised to learn that these termites weren't the rotting wood-eating pesty type of termites that everyone hates. No, the termites I had caught were actually the well-known species Macrotermes gilvis, a species of termite that, get this, eats fungus, a special type of termite fungus fertilized with digestive leaves that the termites take back to their nest, a fungus farmed by the termites within their nests. OMG, can you imagine my joy after all these years of lamenting over not being able to have leafcutter ant colonies as pets due to my ant-keeping ethics? All along, there were termites totally native to my country doing the exact same thing right below my feet without me knowing. How awesome! I could get with fungus-growing termites. Cool, but hold up, here's where it got complicated. Upon further research, turns out getting the termite colonies to farm their fungus was a bit more complex than in leafcutter ants. You see, in leafcutter ants, the starting queen has fungus spores taken from her birth nest, which she uses to seed the ant fungus gardens for her and her future colony. But in Macrotermes gilvis termites, it didn't quite work the same way. The process of starting their fungus garden was a bit more tricky. The termites needed the proper materials first. Once the starting termite colonies reach a certain size, they break out of their birth chamber and forage for pieces of dead leaves and detritus, which contain the termite fungus spores on them, needed to seed their fungus gardens. These termite fungus spores are dispersed all over an area via wind from mushrooms that sprout from other Macrotermes gilvis nests.
complex.
Now, I know these mushrooms and later realized that I've actually eaten them because in my country, there's a certain season when people go out and hunt for these highly prized and delicious mushrooms known as termitomyces or termite mushrooms from termite mounds. After a night of thunder and lightning, they are literally hand-picked from the termite mounds, washed and cooked. Super yummy. Anyway, so these termitomyces mushrooms are the fruiting bodies of the termite fungus my Macrotermes gilvis termites eat. So I went out back to the area I caught the termites and grabbed handfuls of rotting leaves and twigs from different spots, hoping the termitomyces spores were all over them. My plan was to give the young termite colonies I was keeping the detritus whenever they were ready to forage so they could start their own fungus gardens for nourishment. Now, another thing my termite friend Cicada Fun pointed out was that the test tubes were not the best setup for the termite colonies, seeing as the termites had natural problems walking on such a smooth, rounded surface, often ending up on their backs, and he said that some workers were probably dying from the struggle. Losing termite workers at this early stage was bad, because the royals were feeding each worker a self-made nutritious soup made from liquefied body tissues. And well, this soup was not unlimited and was only enough to raise a certain number of workers large enough to safely forage outside for the spore-ridden detritus. Until then, the royals would get skinnier and skinnier until they had nothing left. But hopefully before then, the workers will have started to farm their fungus comb, which is the hardest part. So, after discussing some possible termite housing options, I decided it was time to move my young termite colonies into more suitable homes. Homes that would better support the growing of their fungus combs. And one of the things I learned was that these new homes needed to provide the termites the proper soil type to do that. According to Cicada Fun, the termites needed soils that were a bit more clay heavy and lower in organic material, so to reduce rogue molds from endangering the colony and their fungus combs once they were up and growing. So this week, I went to my backyard, which I knew had soils that were clay heavy if I dug deep enough, to try and collect these ideal soils for my termites. And guys,
Dedication.
this is where the most incredible and crazy thing happened. After locating a random bare patch of soil in my yard, I began to dig, and what I found just 3 inches below the surface was the Holy Grail. This was no bare patch of soil. This was a termite nest. A Macrotermes gilvis termite nest in my yard. And what I was looking at in that chamber of clay soil was a huge comb of termite fungus. What? And so AC family, this was where the most epic story began. Welcome to the Ants Canada Ant Channel Termite Edition. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family.
I kidnapped them from the
Enjoy.
wild and threw them in a tank.
So according to Cicada Fun, collecting some termite fungus comb wouldn't harm the colony in my yard because there was a lot of it in the nest. I was still mind blown that I had a Macrotermes gilvis nest in my yard, and I was determined to keep them alive in case I needed some fungus comb for my own termite colonies in the future. And spoiler alert, I did end up giving some of my termites some fungus comb to see if they would actually adopt it, eat from it, and or start farming it. But AC family, what my termites did with my termite fungus comb offerings will truly blow you away. Stay tuned for that coming up. But guys, before all that, let's take a closer look at this super cool termite fungus comb I took back home, shall we? Incredible! It's one thing to learn about the termite fungus from literature
It
and
looks like a
termite talk,
sponge.
but seeing it right before my eyes was such a trip. The entire comb structure was actually quite beautiful. Have a look. So you see those white buds that are sprouting here and there from the comb? Those are apparently the termite fungus, which is eaten by the termites. The comb itself is a mixture of digested leaf litter and detritus that the termites forage for and poop out, forming this amazing comb. It looked like and had the consistency of soft graham crackers. I guess this comb shape seems to be the most conducive design for the fungus to thrive. It even looks somewhat similar to the leafcutter ant's fungus comb, don't you think? Amazing to think that despite ants and termites not being even closely related insects, taxonomically speaking, they both evolved to create similar structures from eating similar food. It was an example of convergent evolution at its finest. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the fuzz you see on the comb actually is. It could be part of the termite fungus as well, or perhaps a weed parasitic fungus that the termites keep under control somehow. Not sure, but more about that later. I planned on returning this fungus comb back where I found it, into the termite nest in my yard, once I was done with it. But first, I want to show you what I had planned for this fungus comb and my termites. It was time for us to have some fun, guys. AC family, what you're seeing here is 5 different setups, each containing a young termite colony from my collection. I've moved my termite colonies into them. Let's name the colonies A, B, C, D, and E. Each setup is slightly different, and each contains the ideal clay soil I collected from around the termite nest in my yard. I will show you each setup and how I use them to test via trial and error what the best setup was for my Macrotermes gilvis colonies, as well as what happened when I gave some termite fungus comb to some of my termites. The aim was to have at least one of these termite colonies succeed at getting to the stage where they were growing their own fungus combs in their setups, like they would in the wild. It was key to successfully rearing the termite colonies to maturity. But I had no clue how epic this whole termite fungus experiment was about to be. Day 1. Colony A. So it was advised to me to take my best colonies and simply bury them in the clay soil. Though visibility of the termite colony would be poor, at least the termites would have a much better chance at making it, seeing as the conditions were closest to what they would have in nature. So the setup of Colony A was simply a container with the test tube containing the termites buried 3 inches below the soil. I left a bit of space so the termites could wander out if they wanted to, and we could catch a glimpse of them. And what was cool was, the termites did exactly what I had hoped. The termite workers had begun to wander and burrow out of their test tube and explore the extensive network of tight corridors that existed in their setup.
Do a puppy ball pit in their plankton or something. Try it.
Colony A was my most successful colony, with a large number of workers and even soldiers. I loved watching them explore. Could they be foraging for leaf litter now? I did notice that some of the workers had ingested some soil, as you could clearly see it through their semi-transparent bodies. This is apparently typical termite behavior, as they will regurgitate the soil mixed with sticky body fluids later to help create walls and barriers. Super cool to see them so in their element. I wondered if they had already ingested some bits of detritus from the soil around them. I mean, I inevitably scooped up a few root tips and organic matter while digging for the ideal clay soil. I wondered if they ingested some termite spore-ridden material and were already forming their fungus comb. Only time would tell. But regardless, I had more to help support any termite fungus comb building happening in this container. It was time to bring out the leaf litter. I placed in the detritus. I tried to choose different types of detritus: leaves, grasses, decaying wood, seeing as I had no idea which type the termites would favor, nor which type had the termite spores they needed to start their comb. And then it was done. Looking underground, it did seem like the foraging termites seemed excited. I wondered if somehow they could smell the detritus up at ground level. Look at it. Doesn't it seem a bit heightened in excitement level? I watched it run to one end of the container, then back to the colony. I had high hopes for this Colony A, and so far things were looking hopeful. Or at least, it seemed. Moving on to Colony B. This setup was kind of like Colony A's setup, with the test tube colony buried mostly below a layer of soil. Only I created a spacious chamber so that I could film and see the colony a lot more. Looking into the test tube, I could see the young colony inside, but to my surprise, I only saw one of the termite royals. That's odd. After looking around, I noticed the other termite royal, not sure if it was the king or queen, was outside the test tube. Was it snooping around? It was odd to see. The royals usually don't split up like this. Anyway, perhaps it was the royals' way of saying to the rest of the colony, "Hey guys, come out here! This is so much more space, and it's awesome out here." Other than the royal who stepped outside the test tube, I didn't see any workers foraging outside, so I chose not to add detritus for now. Instead, I would allow this colony more time to settle in. Colony C is an interesting setup, Here's where the setups get a little more risque, so to speak. I decided to create an experimental setup where I created a layer of semi-absorbent concrete and above it, a layer of clay soil, making the entire setup sort of a large founding chamber. I had to dump the colony out of their test tube, which was a bit scary to do, but was much easier than I thought, as most of the colony could not grip onto the glass, eggs included. The setup also had an exit, which I plugged up with cotton for now. This was the colony right after putting them in. They were scattered all around, and a bit dazed. There was a worker and an egg stranded a bit far away, and I hoped the colony would come rescue them. One thing I did find strange was this worker here. See the tip of its abdomen? Doesn't it look like it's laying an egg? Strangely, I thought the termite was injured, but then I caught workers periodically pulling at it. I asked Cicada Fun if workers could lay eggs, and he said to the best of his knowledge, no. I know in the world of ants, the workers of some species can lay eggs, but they're trophic, meaning they don't hatch into anything, or they become male ants. But does this happen in termites too? Odd. Anyway, several hours later, the colony was all grouped together, organized, and nestled like they were in their test tube. What I loved about this setup of the colony was that visibility was 100% awesome. I could clearly see the colony and could also see that some of the workers were wandering the setup. I wondered if perhaps they were foraging. AC family, that's when I decided to go for it. If these wandering workers were in foraging mode for spore-ridden detritus, wanting to start building their fungus comb, I had exactly what they needed. My plan was to place some detritus somewhere up here, far from the colony. So I went straight to work. I needed to place in smaller pieces of detritus so I could keep the pile away from the colony. So with scissors, I cut up pieces of detritus to place inside the setup. Done! When it was all in, I caught a royal checking out the pile. Oh, I sure hope the termites could use it to start building a comb. But then another idea came to me. Sometimes ant keepers keeping leafcutter ants offer some ant fungus comb from another established colony to starting colonies to help boost their chances of founding a thriving fungus garden. I began to wonder if I could also try this with my termites. According to studies of Macrotermes gilvus, when scientists tried giving starting colonies a fungus comb from another colony, only 10% successfully went on to create a thriving fungus comb and colony. The odds were a bit low, but I figured, hey, if the fungus comb I collected from the Macrotermes gilvus colony in my yard was rejected by these termites, I could just remove it from the setup before it molds up or something. So guys, the scientist in me wanted to experiment, so I went for it. I gave Colony C a small bit of termite fungus comb. Now for sure this colony had all it needed to get started building their comb. It was a long shot, but what the termites ended up doing with all this was admittedly surprising. But let's move on now to Colony D. This colony was in a similar setup, only without the hydrating concrete layer. So this colony was quite interesting. Unlike any of the other colonies before, this colony grouped together pretty quick and went straight to work. The workers began building a chamber within the setup. See the mud wall they're working on? It was totally fascinating to watch the termites build it. The royals, eggs, and workers were all grouped up in the middle, awaiting to be completely enclosed under their dome of mud. I actually quite loved this, and was happy the colony was so proactive. Having the colony live in a chamber within the setup made me feel more at ease, because the colony could better control things like humidity, especially whenever I would open the setup. No workers looked like they were foraging, which to me meant they probably weren't ready for the foraging and fungus building stage yet. But I couldn't wait to see the construction of the chamber when it was all done. Now finally moving on to Colony E. Now this setup looks a bit weird, but let me explain. My hopes was the colony would move out of their test tube and onto this soil clay island, and I could then proceed to remove the test tube and turn the entire setup the right way up. But the colony didn't end up doing that. Instead, they ended up sealing the end of their test tube with the soil clay. which I guess was okay for now. Now with this colony, the workers didn't seem like they were in the mood to forage, so I didn't offer detritus. But I decided, since I still had access to the colony's living space, and I could see them, why not try providing this colony some fungus comb too? Which is what I did. At first I thought one of the royals was going to eat from it, or at least that's what I thought. Nope, scratch that. It looked like the termites were ignoring the fungus comb piece. Man, if I were these termites and I hadn't had a real meal other than liquefied body tissues from the royals my whole life, I'd be devouring this fungus. I don't know about you. When the seal was complete, the colony was all relaxed inside their test tube, along with the chunk of fungus comb. Oh, another thing I forgot to mention was that I also placed a carpet of clay soil into the test tube so that the colony could get a better grip. The termites seemed to appreciate that. There were some fungus comb crumbs that I unintentionally spilled outside of the test tube. I was going to clean it up and remove these pieces, but I decided to leave them for now, in case the termites might decide they wanted to break out and gather them later. I'm pretty glad I did that, because later it would be giving me a very key piece of information about this colony and how the fungus comb works. Soon I spotted some baby termites checking out the fungus comb. Could they be eating from it? Only time would tell. But eventually, if this colony did end up eating the fungus growing on this comb, the comb would eventually run out, and the termites would need to break out of their test tube to forage for detritus. And once that happened, I would be ready for them with detritus pieces. And they wouldn't even need to be detritus with spores, seeing as they already had this starting fungus comb. I was excited to see what was up next. Day 2. Colony A. I checked below and noticed there was still lots of foraging going on. Could it be that over the past 24 hours, the workers had surfaced and taken a few bites of our detritus? The termites did seem like they had all sorts of different colors in them, like browns. See it? Browns that matched the colors of some of our leaves. Oh, I could feel it. This colony was well on the road to building their fungus comb. Again. So I thought. Colony B was strangely the same. One of the royals was inside with the rest of the colony, while the other royal was outside, not joining the colony. How odd. I began to worry for this colony, but resolved not to interfere with them just yet. The truth about this colony would soon reveal itself. It wasn't at all what I expected. I'm sure some of you guys might have noticed something strange about this colony too. I'll reveal what later. Colony C was a bit of a surprise. Looking into the setup, I noticed that the fungus comb seemed untouched and not of interest to the colony. The detritus also seemed untouched, judging from the bodies of the workers. I didn't see any new colors in their bodies. I thought the termites might have at least eaten the white bud off the comb. But nope, it was still there, untouched. Strange. I decided to try waiting another day to see if the termites would change their mind. Colony D was almost done constructing their mud dome. Yay! Love this colony. I trust that they would make this chamber the perfect size for their colony and would expand as needed. And once they were ready to forage, I would see them breaking out and foraging and would be ready to give them their detritus and possibly starting fungus comb. Now AC family, here's where things got very interesting. Colony E in their weird experimental setup. Now is it just me, or does it look like the termites are actually tending to this piece of fungus comb? Right? I watched as the workers inspected the fungus comb, in my mind much like a farmer would his garden of growing veggies. If it was true, man, this would be a total win. This colony was quickly becoming my favorite. And guys, the next day, things started to get crazy. Day 3, peeking into the setup of Colony A, which up till now held so much promise, revealed a very shocking discovery. Dead workers. 4 of them. What? No! How did this happen? The colony was doing so well. I looked into the test tube, hoping with all my might to see movement. And yes, thank goodness, it looked like the colony was still alive and moving in there. I mentioned this grim discovery to Sakata Fun, and he too was pretty perplexed. It could have been a bunch of things. For instance, the detritus could have contained contaminants like pesticides or harmful chemicals. After all, some of the detritus was collected at roadsides and some close to private property. And in my country, they do release pesticides on lawns to specifically kill termites and the inconspicuous mounds they create, which I find a terrible thing to do. Another thing that could have caused the deaths, according to Sakata Fun, was poor ventilation in the soil, as I could have packed the clay soil too tightly, leading to less water evaporating from it and the entire setup getting too hot. Whatever it was, I was sad. But one thing was for sure, I needed to remove the colony from this setup ASAP in order to not lose any more workers, and God forbid, the royals. This was after all my biggest and most successful colony. I carefully removed the detritus and dug the test tube out. I had plans to place them into a new setup, but AC family, little did I know, in doing so, I would soon find out the answers to my questions as to why the 4 workers might have died. A shocking discovery was coming up my way shortly. But first, another tragedy. Looking into Colony B again, I found it strange that the royal was still outside the test tube and the other inside. But guys, after looking much more closely, do you guys see it? Did you guys notice that the termite royal inside the test tube was laying in the same position as it had been since day 1? As I began to stare, the truth began to set in. No, the royal was dead. This brought me so much sadness. More termite death. But these 2 setups were supposed to be the safest and closest to nature I could give them. I also had no idea whether the queen or king, not sure which one it was, had died prior to me putting the test tube in, or the next day after. This was another very tragic mystery to me. I resolved to simply bury this colony into the ground outside in my yard, seeing as there was no hope for it to survive without both royals alive now. Mature termite colonies can reinvent backup kings and queens in case one of them dies, however not starting termite colonies like this one. Goodbye, Colony B. I tried my best for you. Enjoy your remaining time in the soil outside, in my yard. AC family, that was 2 colonies with not good news. What was up with Colony C? I peeked into their setup and was also shocked at what I saw. I immediately noticed the fungus comb piece was gone. Where was it? Had they eaten it? Nope, it was over there. I could see it ripped into pieces and used to block the entrance hole to their setup. Okay, well, maybe they ate the fungus bud at least? I had no idea, but now I was concerned about the detritus. If it indeed was what killed the 4 termites of Colony A, perhaps it was a danger to this colony. Luckily, judging from the colors of the workers' bodies, it didn't seem like the termites had munched on the detritus yet. This was good, but I needed to remove the detritus now, just to be on the safe side. I figured if ever this colony were to need detritus, I would just try to collect it from my yard, where I know I don't spray pesticides, and where I know Macrotermes termites have started growing their fungus combs. I could try to offer them detritus again, maybe a few days from now. Colony D had now completed their mud dome. I was certain this colony had a great chance at surviving and thriving simply because they were in control of their living space now within that dome. And all I needed to do was water the setup if ever things looked too dry. I hoped and prayed I would one day see workers foraging outside of the dome so I could try giving them some detritus from my yard. And fungus comb, perhaps. And now, AC family, perhaps the biggest of plot twists and revelations came when checking on Colony E. By the 3rd day, lots of workers were now crawling all over the fungus comb, and I swear it looked like they were tending it. Don't you guys think so? And now check this out. Remember the other stray pieces of fungus comb outside their test tube? Well, they had now gone moldy. I had to remove them to keep the mold outbreak from spreading. But guys, what I found the most interesting about all of this was that despite these other fungus comb pieces growing moldy, the fungus comb inside the test tube was not molding. This to me was evidence that the termites must be tending to this piece of fungus comb. You see, leafcutter ants also have to deal with killer parasitic molds or fungus, kinda like weeds, that attack their fungus combs. And to do that, they produce an antifungal substance produced by symbiotic bacteria on their bodies aimed to specifically kill these unwanted fungus weeds. This special bacterially produced antifungal helps keep the leafcutter ants' fungal combs pristine. And I bet my bottom dollar these termites have evolved something similar. Because look at how unattacked by mold this fungus comb is inside their nest. It actually looks as pristine as it did when I first put it in. And that's not all. I looked closer from another angle, and it looked like another white bud was growing in. Yay! More food for the termites. My intuition said that these termites had a good chance of keeping this fungus comb alive, and they were now eating from it. If so, when the time came that this comb would need more fertilizer for the fungus buds, i.e. detritus, I was sure the termites would be foraging out onto this mud platform, and I could then give them some detritus from my yard to continue growing the fungus comb bigger and bigger until they started growing it outside their test tube. Let's keep our fingers crossed, AC family, and hope they succeed. Now back to Colony A for a moment. I placed them in a setup like this. Just a clay soil bottom and attached via an AC test tube portal. The colony had at least lined their test tube with soil bits from their last setup, so they could navigate much more comfortably around their test tube. I figured they would move out if they wanted to, but I needed to monitor them closely to figure out what was going on with the sudden worker deaths when in their previous setup. As I looked into the test tube, something was just not right. Guys, let me know if you see it too. Oh no, not this! It wasn't long before I discovered something truly grim with Colony A. Mites covering the bodies of many of the workers. No way! Termites have to deal with parasitic mites too? This must have been the reason why the 4 termites died. I haven't the slightest clue as to how this colony contracted mites. Perhaps parasitic mites were hitching a ride on the detritus, and that's how they found their way to the termite colony? It didn't seem like there were mites on the royals yet, but whatever the case, I made sure to place this termite colony setup far away from the others, and also monitor the termite workers of Colony C, who were also exposed to the same batch of detritus I gave to Colony A. So far, Colony C seemed mite-free. And so, AC family, that was it. I had learned so much about these 5 termite setups over the past 3 days. Some had ended in tragedy, others ended in pleasant surprises, while others still brought me great hope. The fact that we saw one of our termite colonies tending to their small fungus garden brought me so much joy. I found this whole experiment and challenge of starting up one of these Macrotermes gilvis colonies and getting them to successfully grow a fungus comb was an important one, because there's still a lot we humans don't actually know about how these termites do it in the wild. Because remember how I mentioned that in my country, people go hunting for these termite mushrooms called termitomyces mushrooms after a lightning storm? Well, somehow, lightning seems to be tied into the entire life cycle of the termite fungus, something we still don't completely understand. And plus the termites appear to have a secret sauce, so to speak, which allows them to cultivate these termite fungus combs and resulting mushrooms. Another thing scientists still don't understand, there must be a unique set of symbiotic microbes and enzymes that exist within the termite's gut that helps this termitomyces fungus grow from their combs of pooped out detritus. Macrotermes gilvis termites have been hiding their mushroom growing secrets like a holy grail for millions of years. In fact, there has not been one single instance of successful lab cultivation of termitomyces mushrooms, though we humans have definitely tried because termitomyces mushrooms are tasty. I can attest to this, and I think farmers have identified that they would definitely make a great agricultural product for mass human consumption. if we could somehow grow the mushrooms artificially in indoor mushroom farms, but we still can't. And to this day, in different countries where these termite mushrooms exist, if you want those tasty termite mushrooms, you need to collect them from termite mounds, and usually after a lightning storm. But if we happen to get lucky and are one day successful at growing one of these Macrotermes gilvis termite colonies into massive colonies within a setup, all growing these amazing fungus combs to the point where the termites create a mound within their setup, could you imagine if we wake up one day after a lightning storm and spot tasty mushrooms growing from our termite nests? I think I'd freak out. That would be a scientific breakthrough, and we EC family would have been the first in the world to do it. Not to mention the best mushroom soup ever. Anyway, I'll be sure to keep you all updated on the progress of these remaining termite colonies. But do remember to kindly subscribe to my channel and hit the bell so you don't miss an episode and be part of this ongoing termite story. Also, be sure to hit the like button to let YouTube know that these videos are worth sharing to new audiences. And share this video with your nature-loving friends. I think the world needs to know more about how termites, soils, weather, and fungus are connected. Don't you? And boo to termite pesticides. Let them mounds rise. I know I won't be touching mine around my home. Thank you all for watching and supporting the ants and termites. And fungus. It's ant, termite, fungus, lightning, soil, planet Earth, circle of life, love, forever. 나진 건야. Guys, these mushrooms you see here are quite special. I bought them from some local farmers just down the street from me. But these aren't just your ordinary mushrooms. These mushrooms were grown by termites, a special group of termites that are the only ones who possess the secret and magic sauce, so to speak, to grow these mushrooms, which are highly prized by humans and taste so delicious. But the thing is, as much as humans love to eat these mushrooms, which by the way are appropriately called termitomyces mushrooms, agriculturalists and scientists have not yet been able to come up with a way to mass produce and farm the mushrooms for mass human consumption. After centuries of us humans eating these mushrooms, the only way to enjoy them is to harvest them from the mounds of termites in the wild. But guys, last year, we on this channel came super close to nailing the process of growing these mushrooms in a captive setting by culturing the specific type of termite and providing them what they needed to grow their termitomyces fungus combs, the precursors to the termitomyces mushrooms, from scratch. We rejoiced when one of our several test colonies of termites successfully began to grow their fungus comb within their enclosure that we built for them, taking pieces of decaying wood back to their nest to nourish their growing fungus structure. It was also very promising until one day, the fungus comb they had been working on mysteriously began to shrink, and eventually, the colony began to die out. I don't know why they did, but termite hobbyists I spoke with hypothesized that one of the reasons the colony failed and died was because of high temperatures, seeing as the colony began to do poorly as soon as summer hit my place and temperatures in my ant room began to rise. I guess in the wild, come summertime, the termites dig deeper into the ground where it's cooler. Now, initially during a recent tour video of my ant room, I mentioned I wasn't going to try keeping termites again this year because it was so much harder and more complicated than keeping ant colonies. But then, when the final round of annual nuptial flights of termites happened again in my yard, I thought to myself, you know, what the heck? Why not try again? So I did, and caught a bunch of virgin royal kings and queens, and placed them into a container with cocoa peat to pair up and construct their founding chambers. Because I had learned from last year that test tubes, unlike ants, don't make good founding environments for the termites. I figured I could let the termites pair up themselves, create their own chambers in the digging medium, and I could simply sort out the termite pairs later and rehome each pair into their own separate containers so they could continue raising their own colonies to farm termitomyces again. But guys, what the termite royals ended up doing truly surprised me, and an even greater surprise. Just this week, the termite mounds in my area just sent up their legendary mushrooms, right on time for the welcoming of this year's new generation of termites. This time, I know more. Several factors tilt the odds much more in our favor than last year. And I have an ultimate plan to ensure that we do not fail this year. Buckle in, because it's time we make agricultural entomological history and meet our newest allies in this quest to be the first in the world to grow these termitomyces mushrooms completely indoors. Welcome to the Ants Canada Ant Channel, Termite Edition. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. AC family, don't you just love science? That is, trying out things and testing ideas, and whether or not the ideas work out, you still win because you always learn something new at every step. That's how I feel with this termitomyces growing journey we've been on since last year. And this year, there are several new things I have to show you that make this attempt much more likely to succeed than our previous attempts. But do keep on watching until the end, because I want you all to be involved in this whole process, and will be asking for your opinions on something critical regarding our new generation of termites, and how to get them to best raise their termitomyces fungus farms under our care. All that and more, coming up. But guys, before we go ahead and meet this year's colony and team of termites, for those of you who are new, let me give you guys a brief backgrounder on how the termites and the mushrooms are dependent on each other for survival, so you can better understand what we're trying to achieve here, and how to answer the question I will be asking you at the end of the video. Listen to this. So the termitomyces fungus and the special group of termites that farm them are codependent on each other for survival. One cannot live without the other, i.e., they have a mutualistic symbiotic relationship. It all starts when rainy season hits, and the termites send out their virgin kings and queens into the air one night, where they each pair up and marry, so to speak, then go off to start their own colonies of their own somewhere underground. The pairs lay eggs, which hatch into the cutest little nymphs, which develop into adult workers. Now meanwhile, as this first generation of termites starts to arrive, the termitomyces fungus farms, cultured by mature fungus farming termite colonies underground, begin to develop what are called primordia, which for some reason are triggered by lightning storms to send up termitomyces mushrooms, which end up sprouting from the top of the termite nests. That's when we humans go out hunting and collecting them, after a thunderstorm, at this time of the year, between August to October-ish. But for those mushrooms that don't get picked or eaten by humans or other animals, they release the spores known as basidiospores, which get carried by winds to blanket an entire area with a radius of many miles, falling onto soils and decaying material, right on time for the first generation of termite workers to break out of their starting nest chambers and forage for decaying material covered in these basidiospores. The basidiospores are ingested, along with the decaying matter by the termites, brought back to the nest, and within the termite's gut, special microbes and enzymes biologically process the basidiospores, a secret process which scientists still don't understand, and the resulting poop gets piled together to form a cool structure, which forms the fertilizer bed on which the termitomyces fungus starts to grow. Isn't that such a crazy process? Okay, so here's the thing. For those of you who have been following our previous attempt at getting the termites to farm the termitomyces fungus, you may recall we had a few test setups to see which setup worked the best. Only 2 setups ended up working, and only 1 colony actually managed to start their fungus comb. See the white fuzz? The mycelium, which are the fungus's root structures, and the little white buds, the mycotets, which is what the termites actually eat. But to get this far, I actually had to cheat a bit. By complete fluke, I ended up finding a wild termite nest in my yard and discovered a huge fungus comb they were culturing. I took some of this comb and introduced it to the colony, and the termites just managed to keep it alive. So you see, this was a cheating way, because the termites didn't start their fungus comb the way they would have in the wild, i.e. ingesting the organic material covered in Termitomyces basidiospores. I feel this could have been another reason why our previous termite colony didn't manage to keep their fungus alive, which ultimately led to their death. Assuming summer temperatures weren't the reason, because I actually caught these termites far away, up high in the mountains where I used to live. And it's known that these fungus-growing termites can farm several species of Termitomyces fungus, and perhaps the Termitomyces fungus species I gave them from my yard wasn't the most compatible with the species of fungus-growing termites I was keeping. I don't know. But this year, as you will see shortly, we won't have this problem, AC family, because this time, I was determined to do things the proper way. Now listen to this. So I've been chatting with my termite hobbyist friend named Cicada Fun, who has been awesome at helping and guiding me along the way throughout our journey getting these termites to grow their fungus. He showed me a few successful setups where other hobbyists managed to get their fungus farming termites to build fungus homes, as well as laboratory setups. Have a look at some of the setups he has shown me, and take note of them because what I'll be asking you guys at the end of this video has to do with what you will see here. After this, I will show you my big problem regarding the setup I have our current termite royals in. Okay, so let me show you some of the lab setups first. I love this first setup. Here you will see 4 separate colonies, and in each setup, there are 2 adjacent chambers with the pieces of wood containing the basidiospores, and the central chamber where the colony nests and has started their fungus combs. I see a little test tube of water there for the colony, and a pebbly sandy floor. Crazy to think that it seems like this setup is so open and exposed to light, both of which I assumed was bad for these termites, but apparently not. Alright, and check out this setup. It's so simple. Just an enclosed bottle with a layer of soil in it in which the termites nest and build their fungus comb. The end of the bottle is plugged with cotton, and on top of the soil rests some wood, which I assume contains the basidiospores. This was also an interesting setup. This third lab setup is probably my favorite. Here they have a foraging tank where the decaying material is placed, connected to a nest tank filled with soil where the colony lives, and another tank, not filled with soil but containing more decaying material and a water source. Interesting. Have a look at those huge and healthy fungus combs. Wow! It seems at some point, several of these foraging areas can be connected to the main nest for the termites to frequent. But all these setups so far show somewhat mature colonies. I wanted to know what setup to keep the termites in at the founding stages. So check out these setups now, guys. Both these setups show starting colonies on what looks like a thin layer of soil with a plastic dome over them. Cicada Fun feels this is the best method for the starting stage. It kinda was like our previous attempt, only not a test tube, but a dome. It seems the dome has holes through which the termites can exit and forage for the necessary organics with basidiospores for the building of their fungus comb. So AC family, now that you've seen these sample setups, now it's time to show you what I'm keeping our termites in now, and what they've done that makes this whole thing a bit more complicated than last year's attempts. AC family, behold the container in which I placed all the termite royals I captured on the night of their nuptial flight a little over a month ago. It contains a layer of moistened cocoa peat, which I found to be a great digging medium for ants as of late. The royals dug deep into it, but have a look at what I saw when I looked below ground. Instead of pairing up like I thought they would, they formed a super colony. Can you believe it? This is a group of 13 kings and queens that decided to band together to found a colony. There is their collective pile of eggs. After speaking with Cicada Fun, apparently sometimes termites can create polygynous colonies like this, depending on species. but he's never known a group this big to band together. It's usually 3 or 4 royal members forming a group, not 13. So interesting. Additionally, here's another interesting fact. Cicada Fun asked for a close photo of their wings, which luckily were inside the enclosure still. Turns out, this species of fungus-growing termite from my yard was indeed different from those I caught last year. Last year was a large species known as Macrotermes gilvis, but turns out this species of fungus-growing termite was a totally different genus. These were Odontotermes, not even a Macrotermes termite. So you see, this could have also been a contributing factor to our last attempt failing, because I'd given them some fungus comb from a termite nest in my yard, thinking they were the same species, while all this time I could have given them fungus comb from a termite nest of a totally different genus. But guys, this year would be different. When I saw that vendors were selling Termitomyces mushrooms at the side of the road that had just been freshly picked from termite mounds that morning in my area, I bought a whole bunch and took them home because I had the ultimate plan to make sure these new Odontotermes termites of ours would succeed at helping us be the first to grow these highly prized mushrooms in captivity. So here before me were the mushrooms. I couldn't believe we actually had them now. They were absolutely massive mushrooms too. I could see why they were so prized. 2 super typhoons had rolled through my area this week, which spurred these to grow from underground termite nests. The thing I needed to do now was collect basidiospores from them. Cicada Fun mentioned they should look dusty, and that dust were the basidiospores. I tried stroking the gills of the mushroom cap, and then tapping the mushrooms from above to see if a dust would emerge. But none did, strangely. Cicada Fun said perhaps the mushrooms were just too old and had casted off all its basidiospores. But I wasn't convinced that was the case. I checked all mushrooms for dust, but sadly couldn't find any. But then Cicada Fun shared with me a method that he read a lab did to harvest basidiospores from termite mushrooms for their studies. For this spore harvest, I needed a pitcher. I also needed some filter paper, used for coffee makers. Placing the filter paper inside. Then I placed in a mushroom, breaking it up carefully. Done. Next, I needed to add some distilled water. I then used the stalk of the mushroom to stir things around a bit and let the entire thing sit for 5 minutes. I also decided to add a few more mushrooms just to increase our chances of getting the spores. And guys, 5 minutes later, have a look at what the entire mixture looked like. The water was cloudy now and looked a lot like coconut water. I removed the pieces of mushrooms, and if this cloudiness was indeed the basidiospores, then we had surely hit the jackpot. I could use this water to water the termite setups in the future, as well as cut up the filter paper, which also would be covered in basidiospores, and feed them to the colonies, acting like the decaying edibles for the termites to eat and build their starting fungus. I placed the entire thing in the fridge for use in the future. We now possibly had our future basidiospore harvest, waiting to be used. As for the remaining mushrooms, I decided I would clean up and deal with them later. But you guys won't believe what happened. I literally screamed. Coming back a few hours later, check out what I saw. A ton of black crazy ants eating a layer of whitish dust that had fallen from the mushroom caps. Whoa! Have a look. The mushrooms had released their basidiospores, and it seemed some wild black crazy ants found it to be a tasty treat. I'm not sure if the mushrooms just simply released the basidiospores in such small amounts that I couldn't see it with my naked eye or feel it with my fingers, but this for sure was the good stuff we needed. So, I took some filter paper and wiped up the powder. I then took the mushrooms and went back to our pitcher. I placed in the new filter paper I used to wipe the dust to add to the one that was already in there and added more mushrooms to the mix. It was amazing to see the basidiospore dust, even in the light, now that it was in such high concentrations. After 5 minutes, I removed the mushroom pieces and took our pitcher, which was now super milky, which I knew had to be full of the basidiospores we needed, into the fridge for future use. our termites this year had their future fungus spores secured. So now, AC family, after all you've seen and heard in this video, here's where I need your help and opinions. What should I do with their current setup? Should we keep them in this container and eventually connect it to other chambers, like in the lab setups? Or should I transport them into something like these dome setups? Or perhaps some other setup you think might work, like the bottle? My fear is disturbing them at this stage could be a fatal mistake though. Cicada Fun says if we do decide to move them into another setup, it might be worth waiting until the nymphs mature into adult workers, so the colony has more help. But whatever we decide, what makes this entire situation scary is that this is our one shot, seeing as they are now acting as one super colony. We don't have the luxury of several colonies to experiment with this year. So what we decide now is of the utmost importance. AC Council, do let me know what you guys suggest for their setup in the comments, and I will do my best to help our beloved fungus farming termites succeed in their quest to grow their fungus gardens, so we could succeed in our quest to be the first to grow these highly prized termitomyces mushrooms in captivity. Do subscribe to the channel to be part of this exciting journey of termite mushroom discovery. The fate of these termites and our future mushrooms in the making are in your hands. Hope you can subscribe to the channel as we upload every Saturday at 8 AM Eastern Standard Time. Please remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this video to help us keep making more. It's Ant Love forever. Oh man, now I know this may come as a surprise, but I happen to be a huge fan of the Ant-Man franchise. I know, nobody would have guessed. But this week, Marvel released its big, highly anticipated movie, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Needless to say, I'm excited to watch it. But AC family, get this. You won't believe this, but like a miraculous celebratory sign from Mother Nature herself, a few nights ago, I spotted this wasp-like insect flying around the lights of the Selva de Fuego, kingdom to my colony of fire ants, called the Fire Nation. How peculiar and exciting! But what is this wasp? Where did it come from? Well guys, it will all blow your mind. I can't wait to show you all the incredible things about this wasp-like insect and the exciting revelations I uncovered this week about one of the ant colonies in this ant room. Who's the real Ant-Man? Well, alright. Today I am, and I'm about to show you, for the first time on this channel in full 4K resolution, how ants and wasps converge in the real world. Welcome everyone to the Ants Canada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. So first things first, what is this wasp-like insect? If you were new to the world of ants, you might say that it's a type of skinny wasp. It is very wasp-like in appearance, and indeed there are wasps that do resemble this creature. I managed to catch 2 of them and place them into a snapcap file for closer inspection. Have a look at them. One of them seemed to be on its way to dying, and the other just wanted out. AC family, it may surprise some of you to know that these are not wasps, but are in fact ants. Yes, male ants to be exact. All male ants of nearly every ant species resemble a wasp in some way or form. It may be surprising to those new to the ant world, especially for those who thought Anthony, Ant-Man's loyal steed, was male. Despite the name, Anthony is a female queen elate. Anyway, listen to this. The reason why male ants resemble wasps is because wasps and ants actually share a common ancestor in their evolutionary history. At one point in time, ants were solitary wasps, much like the wasps we have today, and somehow down the line of prehistory evolved to form social colonies, and soon colony members that didn't have wings, which would later become worker ants. But somehow, as ants began to diversify in species, the male caste in nearly all ant species somehow remained wasp-like. So today, Male ants still carry that ancient shape and look of its wasp-like ancestor. In fact, all ants, wasps, and bees are closely related, all belonging to the same order of insects known as Hymenoptera, characterized by a special waist segment all these insects in the order possess. So the fact that these male ants were flying around my ant room meant one thing: nuptial flight. These male ants were sent out of their nest to mate, and something told me these ant-men didn't come from the outside. They were reproductive members of one of the ant colonies in the ant room. Oh boy, it was time to do some detective work and find out which colony these ants belong to.
Be ball pit first. The phone died. Fuck. Let me charge it in. A little bit, at least. But I can still do it if I turn to the puppy cameras. I'll just use the puppy cameras. Woof woof time. Puppies, what's that? Everybody down here. Oh my god, so exciting. Okay. Pretty good job. Oof, big poopy. Oi. Hush. Goodness. So vicious. go get them food. Woof woof time. It's woof woof time. You're hungry. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. Puppies! Who's hungry? Are you hungry? Say yes. Let's go. Alright. Ready? Oh my god. Wow! Everyone go eat. Whoop! Whoop! Tripping me. Woof. Don't get in the water. Hello, I love y'all too. I love y'all too. I love y'all too. Affectionate little babies. Alright, go eat some food. Eat some food. Eat and drink. Eat, drink, and be merry. Alright. Go on.
You are so.
I'm gonna get you. Oh, I got you. Oh, I got you. I got it. You need to get a whitey. Eat your food. Drink the water. Come on.
Whew. A little better. This and saline spray. All right.
And more importantly, which kingdom was beginning to have its nuptial flight in my ant room? And because of the fact that one of the males was already on its way to the grave, it was a possible sign that it had already mated. Alright, so let's look at the facts. I knew these males did not belong to the Fire Nation because the fire ant male elates look different. They're much darker in color and smaller. Plus their nuptial flight season had already finished. These males certainly couldn't be from the new Polyrachus ants on Eldragon Island because the colony was too young to be producing male elates already. Plus there were none seen when they moved in last week. And they couldn't be from the Dark Knights, my super colony of black crazy ants, because these males were much too big, the wrong color, and the entire Dark Knight setup was completely enclosed, so there was no possible way a male could fly out and escape. So, I immediately considered that this was a male elate sent out by the Golden Empire, my yellow crazy ants. Because, well, the males were a bright yellowish orange color, just like the ants of the Golden Empire. But I looked back on some old footage and discovered that the males of this species had elbowed antennae. These antmen didn't. Their antennae were straight and lacked that joint, which only left us with two possible ant kingdoms. The Black Panthers, our Diacama Asian bullet ant colony, living in the Shire, or their neighboring young carpenter ant colony inhabiting the Grove. Right off the bat, I highly suspected these males did not come from the carpenter ant colony, because they seemed a bit large for the species. And I also felt the carpenter ant colony was also still too young to be producing male or queen elates at this point. And so, AC family, that leaves us with one kingdom. The Black Panthers. Ironic that these waspy males came from the Black Panthers, in light of their name also being another recent Marvel franchise. And checking back on some old footage sent in by one of you AC family for use in a past video, these indeed were Diacama ant males. Wow! And so my friends, it's time to enter the Shire. But beware, these lands have transformed since the last time we were here, and have taken on a wild life of its own. The Shire is no longer a prim and properly sectioned
I gotta go figure out how much Princess got fed. I'm gonna call my staff.
garden. It is now a thickly forested wilderness. And boy, is it alive. Various plants and grasses have sprouted, seemingly out of nowhere, all over the territories, taking advantage of the Shire's available rich virgin soils and brilliant sunlight. In fact, the new vegetation has been so prolific, I've had to do some clear cutting myself, just to keep them under control. And look who else has been super prolific in these lands. Masses of springtails, you name the spring cleaners, have since taken over the Shire, feasting on decaying material like this leftover watermelon slice. They're also a big fan of molds and fungi. As you can see, the spring cleaners are always the first to hop onto a mini mushroom. Whoa! Well, look who's come to chastise the spring cleaners. It's a Black Panther worker, and like a fiercely armed saber-toothed warrior, she lunges at the squirrel-like spring cleaners to get out of her way as she rummages through the carrion. Now, although it does seem the Black Panthers find the spring cleaners to be an annoyance, they are indeed essential to the Shire, as they help decompose Black Panther leftovers, and they're great at it. This here used to be a watermelon slice, but has now been reduced to soil fertilizer to give the plants a nutrient boost. I find as long as the spring cleaners stay out of the Black Panther's way, they're good. Because they see family. Are you ready for this? Take a look at this. Black Panthers are feasting on a fresh cockroach carcass like lionesses tearing up a kill. Isn't that just incredible? The new 4K camera captures such incredible detail. You can see swarms of spring cleaners waiting anxiously in the periphery, wanting to get at the meat, but keeping their distance in fear of the Black Panthers, who shoo them away. And look at those mites feeding discreetly from the kill. Wow! Seeing what the world is like with this amount of magnification and clarity suddenly makes the micro-world seem like a scary and almost prehistoric place, don't you think? It seems in the Shire, the Black Panthers are at the top of the hierarchy. But when their numbers are low, the spring cleaners and mites summon up the bravery to move in and mooch off fresh Black Panther food. As you can see here, this Black Panther is missing an antennae, kind of like having one eye, but it makes her super aggravated and extra selfish. She makes no hesitation to lunge at the spring cleaners that get too close. But not all Black Panthers are in monster mode. A lot of them are in house chores mode. This Black Panther is disposing of some trash. She wanders to a location far from the nest to deposit it in the colony's garbage site. The Black Panthers are quite clean and disciplined with where they dispose of their garbage. After all, it attracts those pesky spring cleaners. And here is suitable. Some food for the spring cleaners, but far from the nest. The spring cleaners love to get at all the little bits of food the Black Panthers miss. I see them like prolific rodents nibbling at cartilage of leftover chicken wings. But guys, get this. The spring cleaners aren't the only opportunists in the Shire. When macro food isn't available, the Black Panthers will stock micro meals, i.e., the spring cleaners, for a tasty bite-sized treat. In fact, the Black Panthers love to hunt and eat springtails, almost like it's a favorite pastime. Watch them hunt the springtails down. It's not easy. They're not called springtails for nothing. The springtails have an abdominal tail-like appendage called a furcula that is folded beneath their body and releases like a spring at will, allowing them to spring away in times of danger, like when Black Panthers are lunging at them. Even when two Black Panthers team up, it still doesn't make catching the springtails easier. I've only been lucky enough to catch the ants capturing a springtail just a few times, and each time, I feel it was completely by fluke. And finally, some of the Black Panthers are preoccupied with construction. I caught a worker bringing back pieces of debris to the nest and watched as they arranged the pieces around the opening of the nest, and even brought some inside. In fact, it seems these past few days, they've been quite busy with nest building. AC family, have a look. Each piece is hand-selected. Well, mandible-selected, but chosen nonetheless to act as a sort of brick in their grand ant brickwork. making up their nest. It just amazes me how patient, determined, and meticulous they are. But now that we're here at the nest, the whole reason we've come to the Shire is to see what's been happening with the Black Panthers since we last checked up on them over a month ago, and see if we could find evidence that these wasp-like males we caught truly came from them. What was especially interesting was that if these males were indeed Black Panther males, it meant that there was someone in the colony egg-laying. So alright, if you're new to the Black Panthers, you might be asking, why would that even be a question? Of course there's a queen egg-laying, right? Well, not necessarily. Let me catch you all up to speed. Their species, known as Diachama rugosum, is unique in the ant world because they're kind of like the missing link between the regular ants of today, whose colonies typically have an egg-laying queen, and her workers, and the ancestral wasps who decided to come together and form a colony millions of years ago. The reason I say they're the missing link is because Diachama rugosum ants do not have queens. Their colonies are composed of all worker ants. That's right, the Black Panthers are a queenless colony. So get this, the way these ants reproduce is by way of what is called a gamergate, or a dominant worker ant. This dominant worker ant assumes the role as primary egg layer of the colony and secures her position as gamergate by going as far as neutering new worker ants freshly emerged from their pupae by ripping off body parts known as gemmi, which make worker ants of this species fertile and capable of being a gamergate. It's very cutthroat in Black Panther society, but the reigning gamergate makes sure all of her fellow worker ants are rendered submissive and infertile forever in order to serve her and the colony. Now the Black Panthers here were collected from the wild as just a few members, and even if there were a few larvae present when they came to us, I still did not know if the gamergate was collected too. They could have all just been infertile non-gamergate workers, with the gamergate successfully escaping the person who collected them. Now fast forward to a few weeks ago, we saw no brood in sight. So I figured either the colony was hiding all the colony's brood somewhere in the nest, and the gamergate was indeed somewhere here, or perhaps there really was no gamergate in the colony from the get-go, and the larvae we saw when they first arrived went on to become adult workers, and hopefully become a gamergate. In both cases, it's great news for us because it means someone in the Black Panthers is currently laying eggs. And it would explain the unexpected presence of the males we caught. So today, as we peek into the Black Panther's nest, I hope to see brood, eggs, larvae, pupae, anything to show evidence of a gamergate. And if these male ants came from the Black Panthers, I hope to see males in the nest. So here we go, AC family. Are you ready? The nest lays here, behind this rock rampart. Let's move it aside to access the interior. Alright, now AC family, brace yourselves. What I saw next inside the nest blew me away. OMG! I was shocked to see in one of the rooms the Black Panthers and huge, ravenous larvae feeding voraciously from ripped cockroach body parts. My jaw hit the floor as I watched the sight. I have never in my life seen anything like this. First off, I have never seen ant larvae so mobile. Black Panther babies were like rabid meat-eating worms. Just look at them feeding from the cockroach leg. The Black Panther workers, also feeding from the cockroach meat, attended lovingly to the larvae, repositioning them in optimal spots and positions to make sure they acquire all the meat they can get. This was a sight that was both fascinating and admittedly slightly repulsive. Sorry, I have a mild worm phobia. But check this out. If you look closely, each of those ant larvae have a head like a caterpillar. Unbelievable! I couldn't look away. Speaking of worms, I looked into another chamber and spotted an earthworm. Wow! The Black Panther's nest was truly becoming bioactive, and I loved it. Scanning more rooms, I spotted more roach meat, and lo and behold, a male Black Panther. AC family, the males we caught were indeed Black Panther spawn. Alright, now let's assess what all of this means. AC family, are you ready for this? This entire situation gets even more complicated. So I hope you guys can hear me out and follow along. First and foremost, the presence of these larvae does mean that there is a gamergate in the colony laying eggs, which is good news. But the bad news is, it doesn't necessarily mean the gamergate is fertilized. Now this is bad news because it means this ant colony cannot possibly live on and grow. Confused? I know, let me explain. So, unfertilized eggs in the ant world actually can develop into adult ants. But the catch, they develop into male ants. Prepare to be mind blown, AC family. We're delving into the complex world of ant genetics here. In humans and most animals, to get a male baby, you simply need a Y chromosome from the sperm fertilizing an egg. If the sperm happens to not carry this Y chromosome, the person or animal will develop into a female. Gender is determined by the presence of this Y chromosome. Now in ants, male and female determination does not work this way. Ant gender depends not on what chromosomes end up combining during gamete union, but the number of chromosomes the egg ends up having. In ants, to get a female, you need 2 sets of chromosomes. And to get a male, you only need 1. So if a male ant successfully mates with a queen or gamergate, the chromosomes from his sperm cell will combine with the chromosomes from the egg it fertilizes. And it will result in what is called a diploid egg, meaning it will have 2 sets of chromosomes, one from the male and one from the female, and 100% will always become a female ant, be it a worker or a queen. But, AC family, you ready for this? If the queen or gamergate lays an egg without having mated yet, or releases an egg that for some reason is not fertilized by a male sperm, the egg will be haploid, having only half the amount of chromosomes, missing the sperm cell's chromosomes from the male, and this haploid egg will always develop into a male ant. Isn't that crazy, guys? Think about what this means for a sec. All male ants are only half-brothers to their sisters. And even crazier, no male ant in the world has a father. If Luke Skywalker were an ant, there would be no Ant Darth Vader. If Maury Povich were an ant, he could only use his famous line, "You are the father," based on DNA tests on female ants. If humans were ants, only girls and women could celebrate Father's Day. And fathers wouldn't be able to enjoy Father's Day because they'd all be dead by the time their kids were born. Kids of which would all be female. And you may be surprised to know that this is actually also the case for bees and wasps. Which means if Ant-Man were more ant-like, he'd have no reason to celebrate Father's Day. But if the wasp was more wasp-like, she could. Isn't this all mind-blowing? This is why all ant keepers know that if you catch a queen ant and place her into a test tube, and she only produces males, then you know she hadn't mated during nuptial flight and sadly can't possibly produce a colony. The ants born from an unfertilized queen ant would all be males. And in the ant world, the males do nothing but sit around in the nest, eat, and wait for mating season. They don't do any work, they can't construct nests. They don't care for the young, nor cater to the queen. They just take up space and resources, but of course, are still essential for the continuation of the species, because without them, there would be no worker ants or queens, i.e. female ants. Alright, so going back to the Black Panthers, based on all the things we've seen so far, yes, we now know there is a gamergate here laying eggs, but we still don't know if she's been fertilized by a male ant. She could be a gamergate shooting out haploid eggs that are all becoming males. It's sad because the ideal situation is that the Black Panther gamergate is the original fertilized gamergate who founded this entire colony, producing workers, and now males temporarily for the season. But, worst case scenario, the gamergate is one of the stray larvae who came to us with the collection, and eventually grew up to become a gamergate, a virgin gamergate, laying unfertilized haploid eggs which are all becoming male, meaning the Black Panthers are doomed to eventually all die out. Could all these larvae be male? Man, I hope not. Let's cross our fingers and hope some, if not all these, are female worker ant larvae. And our Black Panthers are doing extremely well. Okay, AC family, but wait. That's not all. There's more. I know some of you might be thinking, but one of the males we caught was on its way to dying. Does this mean it mated? This was actually my next thought. If we did have a virgin gamergate in the nest, could it be that this male, born from the virgin gamergate, mated with that gamergate, his mother, thereby turning her into a fertilized gamergate, now capable of producing female workers? That would be great. Now, I know the idea of mother and son mating sounds bad to us humans, but you must remember the odd and strange world of ant genetics. Our Dark Knights, our super colony of black crazy ants, were able to get from just 2 egg-laying queens to hundreds of egg-laying queens because of the unique ability of the virgin daughter queens to mate with their birth brothers, due to these birth brothers being in some inexplicable way genetically unrelated to their sisters. So who knows? Maybe in Dicama ants, mothers mating incestually with their sons is genetically healthy and a part of Dicama life. So little is studied about Dicama ants and their genetics. AC family, truth is, we're actually among the first in the world to peek into the workings of this species' biology and life cycle. Our Black Panthers here are in fact crucial to scientific research, and we are all important myrmecologists. So, at least we learned from all of this that our Black Panthers do have a gamergate, but not necessarily a fertilized one. The most we can do is wait and see if the Black Panthers seem to increase in numbers over time, which I hope they do, or if they eventually all die out, leaving us with a colony of just male Dicama ants. Currently, I'm still finding random male Black Panthers around my room at night, and have even caught males leaving the nest, and some of them do show signs of dying pretty quickly. Inside, I hope it means they'd mated with a virgin gamergate. I hope to see a Black Panther boom in population over the coming weeks. I will surely let you guys know. All males that I collect, I now place into the Shire, even the dead ones. I was curious to see how the Black Panthers would react to their deceased brothers. Would the Black Panthers bury them, like they do with fellow sisters? Let's find out. A worker comes along, and her presence causes one of the males to miraculously come to his feet. But surprisingly, the worker seems unwilling to help him. How odd. But finally, the worker decides to take the other male further along on his dying process. And what? Surprisingly, she's decided to take him into the nest. I wonder what for. Peeking into the nest, I followed the worker in, and as I suspected, the Black Panthers were going to consume him. Wow. AC family, just wow. I understand why this would be of nutritional benefit to the colony, but I think we can safely say today that Black Panther society is truly just crazy, twisted, and oh so different. What do you guys think? Anyway, as I watch Ant-Man and the Wasp, I bet I will likely think about the Black Panthers at some point in the movie. Because as the world will watch these 2 superheroes fighting side by side, embodying 2 different insects, I, as well as all of you AC family, now know the real backstory, and that Ant-Man and the Wasp are actually much more closely related a superhero than the rest of the world realizes. And the Black Panthers happen to be their missing link. And if you're a Marvel fan, that is an ironically weird thought. Oh yeah, and one other thing. Speaking of world premieres, there is actually some news that might make you guys very happy. AC family, making their world debut on this channel. Behold, I am pleased to introduce to you our brand new Alright AC family, did you enjoy today's episode? Man, it's actually much harder and longer to edit these huge 4K videos. But it's so worth it, because from now on, we can be immersed deeper into the world of the ants than ever before. It's also perfect for the welcoming of yet another, yes another, new colony to the channel. And guys, it's one that many of you voted for and won. Man, I'm super excited about this. You won't want to miss what's ahead, so hit that subscribe button and bell icon now so you don't miss out on the introduction of the new inhabitants to our ant room. And hit the like button every single time, including now. There is also some big news on the new Polyrachus ants on Eldragon Island.
You hate
But more
ants?
on that
Why
in
would
their
they do to
next
you?
update
Bite your
video.
penis?
By the way, if you're new to the channel, I have created a special full storyline playlist with the
The ants in your
complete
pants?
stories of all your favorite ant colonies on this channel. You can now watch how each colony began, follow their epic journey, and better appreciate how far we've all come watching their lives unfold before our very eyes. It's just mind-blowing how epic the daily lives of ants are. AC Inner Colony, I have left a hidden cookie for you here. If you would just like to watch extended play 4K footage
I like
of the
cookies.
Black Panthers and surrounding creatures feeding on roach carcasses. It's absolutely crazy footage, guys, so check it out. And now it's time for the AC question of the week. Last week we asked, why was unclogging the spring pool in the Golden Springs an important thing to do? Congratulations to Conrad's World, who correctly answered, the water was not being filtered. Congratulations, Conrad's World.
did before?
You just won
Yeah,
a free
that
ebook handbook from our shop. In this week's AC question of the week,
Ants
we
in the
asked,
pants.
what determines gender in ants? Leave your answer in the comment section and you could win a free Hybrid Nest 2.0 Tetramorium version. The newest ant farm just debuted at our shop. Hope you can subscribe to the channel as we upload every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed this video to help
How
us
much for the
keep making
tissue?
more.
How much do you
It's Ant
have?
Love forever.
Dart frog. Males raise their young in a very special way. A father will place each one of his tadpoles in its own tiny pool of water. This is one, nice and safe. He might have up to 5 other tadpoles. But he needs to remember where he put each one of them. This one isn't doing so well. His tiny puddle has all but dried out. The tadpole will die unless its father can find a better place for it. If dads are good for one thing, it's piggyback rides. Fathers are no bigger than a human thumbnail, but this enables them to get to places that others can't. This could be perfect. The only problem is that there's no food here. Fathers need help.
Yeah.
Somewhere in this forest is Mum. A female could do something a male cannot. But first, Dad must lead his partner to their hungry tadpole. And Mother deals with the problem. She lays a single, unfertilized egg.
The fuck?
And her tadpole gets a much-needed meal. For the next 6 weeks, parents continue their rounds, an extraordinary test of teamwork and memory. Constantly. And forced to live on the fringes of the troop. As outcasts, their only comfort is each other. He's been snatched, stolen by a higher-ranking female. She is childless, and she wants a baby of her own. He's only a few meters away, but if his mother approaches, the rest of the troop could well attack her. The kidnapper has never raised a baby before, so this one is in danger. They're headed towards
black
a
tea,
cable
peach
car
flavor.
tower. The young mother can't let them out of her sight. They're 30 meters up. If she tries to grab her baby and fails, he could fall to his death. The kidnapper refuses to surrender him. There's one last thing a mother can try. And to do it, she needs to recruit another macaque.
Peach tea. Delicious.
Now the mother begins to groom her companions in full view of the kidnapper. All monkeys love to be groomed, even by a low-ranking female. It's the basis for peace in macaque society. Eventually, the urge to join in is just too strong. The kidnap is over. And the youngster can climb back into his mother's arms. A little red flying fox. Their ancestors flew here, travelling along the chain of volcanic islands that links Asia to Australia. But their huge wings, which stretch from their fingers to their toes, make it difficult for them to walk or take off from the ground. So when they want to rest, they hang upside down in trees. bats have to drink every day. And they do so on the wing.
They're so cute.
They swoop just low enough to wet their bellies, and then, back in their roosts, they will suck out the water. Each evening, 10,000 of them come here.
Two to 3 months. Jeez.
Not all of them return.
To be honest, I wouldn't mind losing it long term.
Every 2 meters of river, there is a crocodile.
I don't eat food for
They
fun
were here
anyways, typically.
long before the bats.
I only crave sweet stuff when I haven't had enough calories that day.
Survivors from Australia's prehistoric past.
Well, at least I can't smell the puppy poop. I also can't smell myself though. Pros and cons.
These dramas have been taking place for millions of years. Aerial agility versus patience and deadly speed.
I've been doing sinus rinses already.
Australia's forests are hostile places in which to make your home. Whilst the more advanced chicks take to the air, others aren't quite ready yet. Those just starting to learn to fly use the shallow lagoon somewhere along this seemingly barren stretch of sand. There is food in great quantity. Cape fur seals. There are around 10,000 of them here.
Wow.
Adult seals are large and strong. But their pups are neither. The youngsters are closely guarded by their mothers. The hyena, however, knows to be patient. Sooner or later, seal mothers must return to the ocean to cool off. A single seal pup could feed a hyena and her family for days. But finding food is only half the battle. It now has to be carried back. A jackal is here too. And it's not alone. If a hyena loses her kill, she'll have nothing with which to feed her cubs. The jackals won't follow her very far from the coast. It's too hot for them in the desert interior. Only by making these long journeys can brown hyenas manage to survive in the middle of the Namib. Off the south coast lies by far the biggest of them, Tasmania. And that has its own special marsupial. One that seldom appears until after dark. The Tasmanian devil. Many predators inhabit a territory packed with prey, but here there's nothing like that for them. Each may travel for miles, night after night, prepared to eat anything it can find, dead or alive. The shoreline is a good place to search. There might be some small creatures to catch here, or maybe something that the tide has brought in. The carcass of a wallaby has been washed ashore. Tasmanian devils can eat 40% of their body weight in one session, and they have hugely powerful jaws. They tackle everything, even bones. Back at the den, there are other hungry mouths. Her two youngsters are 6 months old. They still rely on their mother's milk, but they're feeling peckish. There must be something solid they could find for themselves while they're waiting for a drink. Is this food? That possum smells tasty, but it's a little high up. This looks more promising. At last, a giant stick. Not bad for a first go. Their mother will protect and feed these youngsters for another 3 months. Their survival is important to her, but also for us. Because these are one of the last devil families in the world. Tasmanian devils are now endangered. Found in only a few places, such as this remote islet off the coast of Tasmania.
It's the breeding season. and the trees are teeming with frogs.
They like forget
The
about
female
what
is
the
with
real
the male at
world
the
is
tip of a
like.
branch, perched above the paddy pool. She's building a nest by whipping up a giant ball of foam with her back legs. She lays hundreds of eggs inside. She's attracting the attention of other males. Each male could still fertilize some of the remaining eggs in the foam. They're coming in from all directions. But the foam makes it hard to get to grips with the competition. Things quickly descend into an undignified wrestling match. This male's work here is done. It's time to move
Check
on
my
and
DoorDash.
find other
Oh, my
nests.
teeth.
But when you're
Waiting
covered in
for order.
slippery foam, it's hard to leave with dignity.
What? I'm supposed to arrive for another hour. That's crazy. Where the fuck is the order? It's not that far away. Maybe it's bugged.
It's an unusual problem.
Well, I
for a
guess it's
tree
kind of
frog.
far, actually. Eh. I guess.
As the days pass, the eggs develop in the safety of their foam nest. The temperature rises with the summer sun, and the foam ball dries to form a protective case.
Oh, that's true. It did rain today.
The tadpoles inside are still moist and 6 degrees cooler. But the little tadpoles need rain. At this time of year, warm air is rising over the steep Honshu Mountains, and clouds are starting to build. The tree frogs have timed their nest building perfectly. After 20 days, conditions are just right, and the waiting is over.
Check my Amazon
The
for all
hard
their little
foam
photo
starts
shoot
to
stuff.
dissolve, and the tadpoles drop out.
I do have
straight into
gelato,
the
but I don't want to
nursery
eat
pool
it
of the
because I
rice
can't
paddy below.
taste it. My throat doesn't hurt right now. I'm just stuffy.
They feast on the remaining pieces of the nest, a final meal before they take their chances in the big wide world. Their mother has pulled off a remarkable feat of planning.
In the underwater forests off northern Japan, the residents of this sunken wreck are waiting for the summer temperatures to reach 16 degrees Celsius. The oceans around southern Asia are also feeling this pressure. These seas feed billions of people around the world. For many fishermen here, their catch is their only source of livelihood. And there is one fish here that they prize above all others. the whale shark. It swims slowly, gently harvesting the plankton. It's almost 20 meters long, the largest fish in the world. They are also under threat. Like many shark species in Asia, populations have declined by more than half in recent years. They are an easy and valuable catch. But here, there is a respect for the seas and their inhabitants. Whale shark hunting has now been banned across Indonesia's waters. This whale shark plays a different part in the lives of these fishermen. They feed him, and the relationship seems to bring joy to both parties. And with this new protection has come something truly remarkable. Whale sharks from far away are seeking out these fishermen, and in these safe waters there is a chance for their numbers to increase. And maybe one day other shark species will be protected too. The people here have made a simple but extraordinary choice. Fishing in a way that is sustainable for themselves and the animals. Caring for wildlife is surely our shared responsibility. Across this vast continent and across the world, it is decisions like these that are key to protecting the planet's most precious diversity. The Great American Deserts cover over 2.5 million square kilometers. Here, roasted by the sun and blasted by the wind, the rocks disintegrate and mountains, particle by particle, are reduced to sand. These pillars are all that remain of a plateau where dinosaurs once roamed. Few animals can now survive here. In summer, as in all deserts, the enemy is heat, and it returns every day. At 7 in the morning, the temperature is already 25 degrees Celsius. The clock is ticking for one unusual descendant of the dinosaurs. A road runner, found only in the deserts of North America. built for a life on the ground. He can run at over 30 kilometers an hour. But the prey he seeks are one step ahead. The Roadrunner's challenge is picking the right target. A Gila monster. Too big. By mid-morning, it will be 40 degrees Celsius. Even the smallest lizards will soon head for cover. A centipede. Slim pickings for the morning's work. Hunting should get easier and prey will stay out longer once the summer's peak begins to fade.
Salty, but I can't taste the meat. It's so weird. Why does COVID lose taste? I can still smell stuff. I just can't taste it. So weird. Like, not as strongly as normal, but I can, if I put it like right up to my nose, I can smell the food flavor. I just can't taste the food flavor.
But for now, losing your sense of smell and taste may seem like a small sacrifice in the grand scheme of things after you get COVID.
Yeah, doctors say not being able to smell is a sign of a greater danger and one you should address.
Our Ursula Perry
I can
explains
still
why
smell
it's vital to your health
stronger
and
than I can
well-being
taste.
and how to retrain your brain.
It is all over TikTok. Burn an orange, mash it up, add brown sugar, and eat it to get your sense of taste back after COVID. Does it work? Couldn't hurt, according to the experts.
The sense of smell, it's controlled by a nerve that kind of goes, from the underside of the brain to the nose. And so with the infection itself of coming in through those passages, that's why it's affected.
Dr. Monica Verduzco Gutierrez heads up the post-COVID recovery clinic at University Health. She says your smell is connected to your taste. So you lose some of both or worse.
What's bad is when it turns into something gross. So, for you, it may be a taste like nothing, a rubber. For someone else, I've had other patients tell me it tastes like sewage.
Even day-to-day issues like seasoning.
Oh, no, nothing tastes
can affect your
bad.
health.
But be careful what you're adding, because if you have high blood pressure and you're just adding a
Or
lot of
just got
salt,
nothing.
that's not going to be good for your blood pressure.
Doctors recommend using steroid nasal sprays, but also you can buy smell retraining kits online or do it yourself.
That's a scam.
Go to your spice rack, grab a few spices.
These people will be in these like, it just be consistent. I did it for 3 weeks and it finally worked. I'm like, no, that's just time. That's just time working.
Or some out. Smell and look at the label at the same time. It also works with essential oils. You can also try it with some of your favorite foods. I miss bacon, and I love the smell of oranges, burned or not. Ursula Perry, KSAT 12 News.
Burn an orange? It sounds like how you fucking get an eye infection. Take a zinc supplement? I do that! Yeah, see? I can taste sweet, sour, and salty, but I can't taste specific flavors. Right? It's so weird. I actually would not mind losing it though. If I did lose it, like worst case forever, that's actually an advantage because then it's like you never will eat bad because what's the point if you can't taste it? Healthy diet. And then, like, I can just eat spinach leaves as potato chips. What's the fucking difference? Yeah. All the tea is gone. Now it's just the poppers and the peach fruit. You know if you're eating something rotten? Well, you just throw out anything that's been in the fridge too long, and then you look at it. Have other people smell it.
Hi everybody, Dr. Mike here. You've probably heard that some people with COVID-19 lose their sense of smell. We term this loss of smell anosmia, and interestingly, it's a relatively common symptom of COVID-19. Up to 55% of people who get COVID-19 experience anosmia. Now, luckily, it's termed transient, which means the sense of smell should return. Most people return that sense of smell within a couple of weeks. However, there's a subset of people, around about 10%, who still haven't regained that sense of smell within a month. Now, how does this happen and why does this happen? So I've drawn up here the nasal cavity, deep within the nose. And what you'll find is obviously we inspire air, and as we inspire air, we bring in chemicals and odorants. And what happens is sensory neurons that project from our central nervous system, specifically an area called the olfactory bulb,
no point for me to eat the poppers.
Neurons through a bony plate in the nose. Now, if you were to get your finger and stick it up your nose,
feels like I'm chewing
you
water.
wouldn't be able to reach this area up the top here, which we term the olfactory epithelium. The neurons that project through this bony plate can actually be damaged due to a knock. And what happens is the bony plate shears these neurons off. This isn't what's happening in COVID-19. The neurons that project through will pick up these chemicals known as odorants and send the signal directly through to the olfactory bulb and then to the central nervous system and brain for us to be aware of what we've smelled. Okay. Now, this olfactory epithelium isn't just made up of these olfactory neurons or olfactory sensory neurons. There's actually a whole bunch of other cells present called supporting cells. Now, these supporting cells can include microvilli cells, sustentacular cells, globular basal cells, olfactory ensheathing cells. There's a whole bunch of different cells that support the role of the olfactory sensory neurons. Now, when I say support, what they do is they provide metabolic products. They take away metabolic wastes. They support the cytoskeletal architecture around the area. They also make sure that if any of the cells die, they phagocytose, so they eat them, they recycle them. They make sure that homeostasis is maintained in this microenvironment so the olfactory neurons can do their job and pick up a sense of smell. All right, now, when we inspire, for example, particles that contain the virus SARS-CoV-2, we know that the virus is surrounded by proteins called S proteins. Now, what needs to happen is this. Cells or tissues need to express two particular receptors, ACE2 and TMPRSS2. ACE2 is angiotensin converting enzyme 2, and TMPRSS2 is a serine protease. Basically, they're scissors that chop proteins. What happens is the virus must bind to ACE2 receptors, and this little serine protease needs to chop some of the proteins on the outside surface of the virus. That then activates the proteins to be able to embed themselves into the membrane of the cell, and it can release its virus, or I should say, it can release its DNA inside the cell itself for replication. So, what scientists have recently done is they've had a look at all the tissues within the body and had a look at the expression of these particular receptors to see what tissues they're highly expressed in, because that's going to mean, likely, that they're going to be most susceptible to SARS-CoV-2 virus infection. What they've found is that the heart has high expression levels, the kidneys, blood vessels, the brain, so aspects of the nervous system, the respiratory tract, and the lungs as well. This is one of the reasons why we get multi-organ dysfunction in COVID-19. What a most recent paper did in August 2020 is they had a look at the cells of the olfactory epithelium, and they had a look at the expression levels of these two particular receptors. What they found was the olfactory sensory neurons, those that pick up the odorants for the sense of smell, they don't really express those two. However, the supporting cells do, or at least a subset of those supporting cells do. So for example, the microvillar cells, the sustentacular cells, and the globular basal cells tend to express ACE2 and TMPRSS2 relatively highly compared to others. Now what this highlights is that the virus SARS-CoV-2 tends to infect the supporting cells and damage their ability to maintain homeostasis for the olfactory sensory neurons. Therefore, over time, the olfactory sensory neurons can't do their job and the sense of smell is lost. And it's transient because once the virus has run its course, the supporting cells can be regenerated and then can support the olfactory neurons. I like to think of this as a race car driver. Now, the race car driver seems to do all the work. The race car driver is the olfactory sensory neurons. However, without its supporting team, without people there to refuel the car, to fix the car when it's damaged, to tell the driver where to go,
I don't know what happened.
Over a short period
I
of
just
time,
know that my sense
the
of
car's just going to
taste
stop
is fucked
and
up.
the driver's going to be non-functional. But once you replenish or rejuvenate or regenerate that supporting team, the driver will be able to start
over, whatever it was,
kicking into gear, so to speak, and be able to do their job. So this seems to be what's happening when the virus SARS-CoV-2 is infecting the olfactory epithelia and people are losing their sense of smell in COVID-19. Hi everybody, Dr. Mike here. In this video I want to quickly talk to you about how the virus that causes COVID-19
Symptom of COVID-19 is the loss of smell.
This is 3 years
and
ago,
taste.
though. It's mutated.
And a local doctor says that symptom can last a little bit longer once you have recovered from the virus. KTSM 9 News reporter Shelby Kapp explains.
A professor of public health at New Mexico State University says the best thing you can do if you're trying to regain your sense of taste or smell is to taste or smell something you're familiar with, like flowers. And while you smell them, try and imagine what they smell like. And also, it's important to remember that almost half of the people who contract the virus lose these senses.
In the beginning, that was one of the first symptoms that I had. I couldn't smell or taste. Everything I tasted, every beverage with sugar, everything tasted like water, to be honest with you. And my smell, I couldn't smell anything at all.
This is Mark Garza. He has since recovered from the virus, but says he couldn't smell or taste anything for about 3 weeks.
Kind of scary at first, but like I said, I didn't think much of it, to be honest with you. I thought it was just going to go away and come back, but after thinking about it, it was kind of annoying not be able to smell or taste.
According to Dr. Kupchandani at NMSU, losing your sense of taste and smell can be frightening.
The world becomes so difficult. It's so scary, causes anxiety, ruins your quality of life, and you feel like you are some kind of
Only if
alien
you're
in a
fat.
society where you don't have the senses required to function.
It's just
But, you know,
annoying. I
vast
wouldn't call it
majority of people, more than
anxiety-inducing or
90%,
scary. It's only if you're
have to know
fat
that
ass and
guarantees
rely
they'll
on
recover
food for
their
happiness.
sense of smell and
Fucking
taste
fatties.
eventually.
Saying you should regain your sense of taste and smell within 1 to 2 months at the most.
Now, within that time period, you have to accept that you have a disease and it has certain symptoms. Practice acceptance and then continue to wait. In
How
the
about
meanwhile,
practice
what you
getting
can
on
do
a
is
diet,
force
bitch?
yourself to smell things, you know, and retrain yourself.
Retrain your fucking diet, bro. Your healthy habits.
A couple of weeks, like Mark Garza did.
It's a great
But he says
starting
if it
point.
lasts for longer than 2 months, you should speak with a health expert. Shelby Cap, KTSM 9 News.
First, it's hard to believe we are more than 3 years into the COVID pandemic, and doctors, they're still learning.
I lost my taste and smell for 2 years and I went into depression.
COVID lost their sense of taste and smell and continued dealing with those symptoms for months or even years in my case. NBC's Kristen Dahlgren has more on the new hope.
I recovered, but taste changed for me. Are you fucking fat?
Normally cry
Trying to look
over a
like you
cup
could
of
be with that
coffee.
upwards blurry angle.
Is it strong? Yeah. But she hadn't smelled one in nearly 2 years. Coffee.
For those patients.
Jennifer Henderson wouldn't normally cry over a cup of coffee.
Is it strong? Yeah.
But she hadn't
This is why everybody hates Americans.
Smells like After a COVID infection in January 2021, Jennifer Henderson never got her smell or taste back.
You couldn't smell or taste anything.
Nothing. And then after about a year, it wasn't that I couldn't smell or taste anything. Now the taste was off. It was terrible.
Food she once loved tasted disgusting.
Chicken. I couldn't eat chicken.
What did it taste like?
See, terrible tasting would be bad. But just not tasting it, I'm okay with this.
It's hard to get through each day.
And then a Facebook group with
I can
nearly
get used to it.
50,000 people with similar complaints led her to Dr. Christine Shin at the Cleveland Clinic.
It was incredible that something simple as the stellate ganglion block could produce this type of result.
The stellate ganglion is a nerve bundle in the neck. Numbing it has been used for a century to help regulate some pain and circulation. So doctors tried the procedure on long COVID patients.
We have seen quite a good response, but there are also patients who don't respond. And we're still in that phase where we're trying to figure out who it's going to help.
Doctors still don't know exactly why it works to restore taste and smell. But Shin estimates it helps about 50% of patients.
Interesting.
Shin plans to start the first clinical trials for its use in treating long COVID soon. But in the meantime, is
Fascinating.
offering the procedure to patients like Jennifer, now getting her third round. A quick injection into her neck. Within minutes, Jennifer tries something she hasn't tasted in years. Watermelon.
You can taste it. Oh, wow.
Dr. Shin says some patients see instant relief. Others get senses back over time. And some, nothing at all. It's unclear if improvements are permanent. And insurance coverage also varies by plan.
Oh, God.
But for Jennifer,
You're my hero.
the results couldn't be sweeter. Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News, Cleveland.
Believe it or not, there is a
Symptom of COVID.
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. Did you know that today marks 3 years since the first confirmed COVID death in this country? 3 years since that happened. And we know that one of the lasting effects for people who have had COVID, at least the initial COVID strain, is a loss of a sense of smell. Taste and smell. One study says that 5.5% of people who had COVID have problems with this. That's actually millions of people. But two researchers may have an unusual and creative solution. Dr. Akshay Sayal has more.
Craig Jerome, a nurse practitioner in North Carolina, lost his sense of smell after he got COVID 2 years ago.
In the initial onset, you had the overwhelming sensation of, I've lost it, and when is it coming back? You know, unfortunately, it's never came back to me the way it used to be.
Today, he still can't smell properly.
How has your life been affected personally as a result of not being able to smell as well?
I think just looking at it and going, you know, what did I enjoy and what do I miss? I think it's a grief moment in the sense that, you know, you go through it and you long to be the way you were.
Jerome is one of more than 15 million estimated adults worldwide suffering from long-term loss of smell due to COVID, according to research published by medical journal The BMJ last July. But two scientists at the Virginia Commonwealth University School of Medicine might have a solution. They're developing a bionic nose.
The whole idea is that for individuals who have lost their sense of smell, if you can bypass the damaged area of the system, you can restore the sense of smell.
Dr. Richard Costanza and Dr. Daniel Coelho are developing the new medical technology. Here's how it works. A small sensor that can detect smells is placed on something like a pair of glasses. That sensor would then send signals to a chip implanted in the brain. The chip then stimulates parts of the brain that process smells.
Series of sensors that detect smell molecules, and each smell is going to have a different pattern. Depending on that pattern, a different way of stimulating the brain is done, and the end result is that the patient
I can still smell if I put it way up to my nose.
appreciate different smells.
An early prototype showed promising results. Researchers identified electrical patterns in the brains of rats, suggesting they were processing smells. These doctors have been working on this problem long before COVID started.
When you've been working in the field for 30, 40 years and struggling to find solutions that can be translated to clinical trials, it's very rewarding to be at this point in time.
They say it will take 5 to 10 years for a prototype to be ready. But for those who can't smell, the device would change lives. After all, being able to smell can save your life. Think about a gas leak or a fire, and smelling something like homemade cookies can bring joy.
The sense of smell is very closely
Only if you're fat.
memory to mood to cognition. More than almost any other sense, you can smell something and instantly be transported back 40 years to a memory that you hadn't thought about.
And for Jerome, even the simplest joys of life without smell have lost their luster.
And you hug someone that you love and you haven't been around in a while, and you can't get that full experience of, you know, wrapping your arms around them and smelling that essence that they have, and it's theirs to their own degree. You just can't get that like you used to. So
True, people at TwitchCon now bother me with their
is
smell.
not there.
For those who've lost their sense of smell, the bionic nose can't come soon enough.
It is so interesting to look at, Dr. Sayal, and it's so interesting that it is a bionic nose in the sort of technical sense of it. It's not a prosthetic device, if you will. You talked about the timeline that it could take up to a decade. There are people who want it now, right? I mean, there are people who still do not have their sense of smell after COVID who would love to see something like this much, much sooner.
Yeah, the good news is most people who lose their sense of smell from COVID actually get it back within 2 years. I myself lost my sense of smell when I had it, and I was putting on soap in the shower and I couldn't even smell it. But I don't want to trivialize this. I think when we talk about losing the sense of smell, people may think it's not that big of a deal, but it really can affect your emotional well-being.
Only if you're
Dr.
fat.
Akshay Sayal, thank you so much. You're totally right. You're
Unless you
totally
smell,
right.
unless everything smells and tastes bad when it wouldn't normally, then I understand. That could be fucked up. That would suck. Makes it hard to actually eat or do anything.
If you have recently lost your sense of taste and smell, today I'm going to share with you 5 easy and super impactful ways for you to restore these 2 really key senses so that you get back to life as normal, smelling and tasting and enjoying all of the senses in our world.
I feel like it's gonna
The
be
loss
bullshit.
of
but we'll
taste
see.
and smell is extremely common for a lot of my patients that I work with, even pre-pandemic. A lot of my cancer patients, individuals with assorted autoimmunity, as well as post-surgical patients can lose their sense of taste and smell. This is extremely common. In the current situation we're all in within this pandemic, it is a very common neurological symptom of a virus, many viruses, to lose your sense of taste and smell. So today I'm going to share with you how to repair your olfactory epithelial membrane. That's a fancy term for the membrane that sits between the brain and your sinus passages that registers your sense of smell. These tips are also going to help restore your taste buds. So what we're dealing with are two different senses situated in the oral passages between your nose and the tongue. And what we have to address is the cellular damage of the tissues and supporting membrane tissues that have caused basically these two senses to go dark. And there's also an undercurrent of inflammation. And if you are in an active state of, say, radiation or active viral invasion, or even dealing with some sort of chemical exposure, the length of time that it takes to recover your sense of taste and smell varies because of the degree of damage. So either way, if you have a mild case or a severe case, I'm covering all of the bases to help support the rejuvenation of these two senses. So number one, we have to tackle the cellular damage, the mitochondrial impairment that has occurred from a virus, from radiation, from surgery, from nerve damage, from chemical exposure, whatever that is. Cellular damage is at play when we experience the loss of our taste and smell. And one of the things that we've seen in more recent research is the capacity for a mitochondrial focused antioxidant that can lower, decrease, bring down the degree of oxidative stress, meaning systemic stress from whatever exposure you've been dealing with or currently dealing with, that has damaged the heart of your cells. And I'm going to share with you a newer product. I actually have not talked about this to you guys here on YouTube. I'm excited to showcase this today. It's called MitoQ. This is one of the most important mitochondrial supportive supplements on the market. It is a CoQ10 on mega steroids. And with the pandemic we're dealing with, this MitoQ has actually been researched as part of a natural treatment protocol. MitoQ is an amazing mitochondrial targeted ubiquinone. And that is one of the most amazing antioxidants we can supply our body to help support cellular turnover. And why this is important for your sense of smell and taste is that you have experienced your olfactory epithelial membrane supporting tissues have actually had cellular damage. They've been attacked by either the virus or radiation or surgery or chemical exposure. And when we target those cells to rejuvenate them, we find that MitoQ is highly impactful for helping cells rejuvenate, restore, re-energize, come back to life, and come back into a homeostasis. And that is really important for not only the olfactory bulb, your sense of smell, but also for rejuvenating your taste buds. As a naturopathic physician, I am working with patients every day who are experiencing the loss of taste and smell, and it's gotten worse as we've seen the pandemic increase recently. MitoQ is what I recommend, and I have my patients on this protocol, and it is bringing back the sense of taste and smell for hundreds of these patients. And it's happening very rapidly. Now, number two, I want to address the oral inflammatory response. The mucosal membrane of the sinuses and the oral cavity need to be addressed very systematically. So I'm going to share with you a few steps here that will reduce the inflammation in and around the olfactory bulb and the epithelial membrane as well as the tongue and the area in and around the taste buds. So the first step is to grab this specific kit. This is a neti pot. It's actually one of my favorite neti pot brands. I have been actually selling this in a clinical setting for now over 15 years. Himalayan Institute is by far my favorite brand. The neti wash kit comes with a ceramic neti pot, salt, and it comes with an amazing herbal supplement that you're going to put inside the pot. The ceramic neti pot tends to be a hang up for people, so I just want to make that really clear. I have never had it break on me, and we've moved around multiple times, but it's something that you may want to store it in a special kind of wrapped bag. The neti salt in your pot, you're going to add warm distilled water, and you're going to do a neti pot where the water goes through the spout and out the other side of your nose. You're going to do that on both sides. I recommend that you also grab some of this Himalayan salt and do a swish in your mouth. So have a little cup or reusable cups right near where you brush your teeth. You can neti pot right when you wake up in the morning, brush your teeth, and then do a saline swish. It's like a saline rinse, essentially. And then you do that right before you go to bed. Do your, wash your face, brush your teeth, do your neti pot, do your saline swish. The salt and the neti potting is very beneficial for reducing inflammation in the sinus cavities. And I use this for, again, a lot of post-surgical patients, folks that have their nose readjusted, sometimes facelifts. I also have folks that are dealing with polyps, even cancers. We're dealing with a lot of sinus congestion. Also folks with allergies and viral invasions. Neti pots are highly beneficial for reducing the inflammation of the sinus mucus membranes. That also helps to decrease the degree of inflammation in that olfactory epithelial membrane that is going to be registering your sense of smell. Now also, when you're doing that rinse orally, after you brush your teeth with the saline, you're also reducing the inflammation on the tongue and reducing the inflammation of your taste buds. Now I'm going to share with you the key here. The magic sauce of this whole program is adding the neti wash solution. They call it a daily neti pot boost. And oh my gosh, this is one of those things I have been promoting for over 15 years, and it's really hard to find. That's why I'm going to put a link down below. You can grab this entire kit on Amazon. This wash has golden seal, it has eucalyptus, it has cactus, it has an assortment of really key herbals that are anti-inflammatory, and most importantly, it has some oils that are going to help invigorate that sense of smell. In turn, that invigorates our sense of taste. Grapefruit seed.
Woman, shut up. Look at my baby. My little man. My little man. Yeah, he's so precious. Oh, my little tummy. Oh. How you doing? He's so cute. My little guy. Just a little dude. My little dude man. He's so cute. Oh, this is his foot. Oh, did you tickle? Did you tickle? Did I find a tickly spot? Oh, there's your baby. That's my baby. One's laying in the poop. No. Don't do that. That's a little man. My little man. Who's little man? You are little man. You are a good boy. Need some keeping. They're probably like, I want to say 7 pounds, maybe 8. Hold on. I have to check. Maybe 8. Oh, big boy. Such a big boy. Such a cute cutie. Here's a little cutie. He's a little cutie. Heidi was just sitting in the pen with him because it's poopy. So fluff. Such fluff. He's chill. He loves to cuddle. It's like his mama. He's the cuddle bug. Are they all brawling in the pen? What's up, little boy? Oh. Let me see. Yeah, races would be fun. And I don't want to just open the ball pit because I'm using the ball pit to make other experiences more exciting, like being in there for cleaning or waiting turns. But if you have the door open all the time, it'll get messy and they'll stop caring. What's up? You squirmy? Restless? Are you restless? Oh. Mm. You're right. Why are we yelling? He's still being still. What a good boy. Looking for something. I found it. You're so good. So patient. Oh, am I upside down? Yeah, I'm upside down. Oh my goodness. They're so wowdy. You're too small for it before, but I also bought a bigger one. This is a small one. I have a medium if I need to. But last time I tried this, he was too small, so I was waiting. How do I do this again? Ugh. He's so patient with me. You're the best. You're the best. Now it's perfect. Maybe. Am I too small now? Did I wait too long? A few days too long? I don't think it's too small. I think it's okay still. Yeah, I think it is like that. I'm supposed to like hold them like that. Look again. Perfect. You're being cradled. Yeah, boy. Woohoo. You like it? I think he's okay with it, to be honest. He's chilling. Almost gonna be too big for it. It's gonna be the in-between awkward stage soon. He's just chilling though. I don't have two of the same size because I wasn't sure which one would fit him. Let me see. How soon can the other one come in? I guess I did get a couple more. Okay. What? So they were delivered Thursday. That's good. I'm glad I ordered extra then. I'm gonna go walk him around to see how he handles it. Around, like, up and down the stairs. I'll be right back. Play some music. I'll have to go to a pet store with them like this. Let's go to PetSmart, stream it, be fun. I want to take them to the dog show, but they have a rule for 6 months and older, and all the shots and stuff. So sad. Princess, too risky, too many males there, and Nox appeal and everything. But we can still go to pet stores. Bleep. 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 He's just chilling. Hasn't made a peep or a struggle at all. And tries another one. Letting someone else have a turn. He's like, why? This is fine for me. All right. Remain calm. What a good boy. You're so good. Okay. What a good boy. it. There's Ella. I've just been feeding him straight kibble today.
Oh, we're doing straight kibble. Okay.
So I just did like 3 of the instinct and then like 2 or 3 scoops of the other one. Yeah. You're a little nasty. Your feet are kind of nasty, my dear. It's okay. I'll wipe them in a little bit. Your tail needs to come down. Ah, touched your booty. I'm sorry. Try to grab your tail. Ah. Woof, there we go. She's like, hey, that's private. It's a sensitive area. I didn't get poop on it, but it's still germy, I'm sure. So. Whoa. Okay. How do you like it, ma'am? Thoughts, feelings? Oh. The tail's off to the side. Oh. Hold on. Wrong hole for the tail, I think. Wait, no, is it right? No, it's right. It just looked wrong at first. No, you're right, you're right. You're good, you're good. Yeah, her paw's a little poopy. It makes them so calm, though. It's funny. See, really dirty. This might work good for grinding nails. Yeah, true. Good thought. I didn't even think about that. To try that after they eat. Miss Poopy Paws. Miss Poopy Paws. Good for bonding and learning to trust you because they can't do anything. They just have to trust you to keep them safe. See, that doesn't look as comfortable. Put your paws back in, I think. Yeah, there you go. That's better. Elbows tucked in. Looks better. Yep. She fits in it a little better though than Ryder. She's a little smaller. Just a baby. She's just a baby. face is pretty cute. It sure is cute. Yeah, the other grass mat as out there is kind of poopy though, so I'm gonna have to power wash it down. Yeah.
She's really calm.
This made Ryder really calm too. Purple. Something about the posture calms them.
That or they're just like so winded out, they're like, I guess this is my life now.
Jack said grind their nails when they're in that. I can't move. I do need to buy a second nail grinder though, so 2 people can do it. What? Hi, baby. You feel like you're missing out on food time? It's okay, there'll be lots of food. What? It's okay. She's like, I want to see what they're doing. What? What is it, my dear? I'm gonna go walk her up and downstairs so she has the same experience, and then we'll put her to eat. girl. Oh, should be good. Not as good as murder, but pretty good. And we have Mr. Green. Whoa, whoa. You're not quite as calm right now. What? He's like, what's happening? What's okay? I got you. I got you. You don't have to panic, my boy. Oh, it's okay. He's alright. Yeah, it's Loki. Dude. Oh, yo. It's okay. Hi. It's okay, baby. It's alright. You're cute. Oh my goodness, he just latching. Yeah, so I say he doesn't have the most calm personality. Hey, careful. All right. Look, what's up? What's up? How about we go like this instead? Oh, instead of you going, your feet touching it, I'll bring it up to you. It's okay. Well, how come it's not working right? Your feet are crossing, that's the issue. Why are your legs crossing so much? That's okay. What's wrong? What is it? Careful. It's okay. Just lay down. Oh my god. Calm down. What's wrong? What is it, huh? If you would calm down, it'd be easier. Well, how do you like to be held? What position do you want to be held in? I think it's the slipping texture against the fabric. Because I'm touching his feet and he's fine with it. He doesn't like his legs to be out, I think, is the issue. I think he's very unsure about it. But if you grab his legs, like that, he's fine. Your nails are so sharp. Oh. I want to go eat. Let's go eat. wait to see them outside more. Yeah, I just wish it wasn't so hot. It's like in the 90s. And humid. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. This princess gonna be feeding next. It's the last week in nursing, fam. Once a day for a week, and then they're done. I'm reducing her food intake too. The puppy's the quad. Princess not been in yet. I haven't heard her. Parker must still be feeding her then. I heard her bark. They were just crying, and you walked in, they got quiet. They're like, huh. The man is back. He brings a broom. Their faces. Just the bottom of the potty pad. It's flipped over. Okay. Yeet them farther than a lady's cows. Funny. You want to play a game or two of Fortnite? We'll play some. Maybe 3, maybe 4. I don't know. We'll play for a while. Depends how fast we lose, I guess. Or how fast we win.